Getting free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. It's the finale in Round Rock. Iowa taking on K-State. We're joined now by the voice of K-State baseball, Brian Smoller. Brian, thanks for your time today.
Absolutely. Glad to join you.
All right, how's the season been to start for the Wildcats? Near even record, but you're above 500.
Yeah, I think that's the positive. You know, as Northern teams, as you guys know, you begin the season often on the road, playing neutral site games or true road games, and Kansas State over the last couple of years has had some troubles on the road away from Manhattan and have been pretty good at home. But opening up the year at Stephen F. Austin, even though that's a team that's been struggling a little bit, getting those 4 wins, I think they felt really, really good. Looking forward to trying finishing this on a high note, even if it comes at the expense of Iowa, but trying to find a way to finish at least with 1 win out of here and get a winning record.
What are the season expectations in Manhattan this year? Historically, very good program. Expectations probably not any different than to have a great season this year.
That's the goal. They finished the last couple of years. They've made the semifinals of the Big 12 tournament and haven't quite made the NCAA regionals yet under Pete Hughes, but Big 12 champions back in 2013 and went to a bunch of regionals during the early aughts and then into 2010s. Looking to get back to that spot. This team, there's some question marks, but they got some good points. They got some good transfers. They're picked 7th in the Big 12, but I think they feel like they'll finish above that. The top of the league is very, very difficult, but if K-State's sitting around 5, 6, 7, you're feeling pretty good about your chances at the postseason.
As you mentioned, you're looking for your first win down here in Round Rock, but to be honest, those first 2 games really battled in both of them. Last night, dropping to Sam Houston, but it was late. You've been in both of those games. You've got to be proud of the battle.
Yeah, no doubt. I think Coach Hughes mentioned that for 6 innings for 2 games, they've played great. And the bullpen or a defensive miscue and last night a base running mistake really did end Kansas State's chances. So, that's early. You kind of write some of that stuff off. It's early kind of stuff. You're not playing clean, but they want to tighten that up pretty fast. You want to try and get back to where you were during the fall, and then obviously here early in the spring and playing clean baseball. That's the goal today.
I think both K-State and Iowa maybe a little bit impressed by Sam Houston. They came down here and they beat us and they beat you guys, so we'll see what they've got up their sleeve for LSU later on today. Talking with Brian Smoller, the voice of K-State baseball. Okay, you're going to go with Germán Fajardo today. He gets the start. Maybe hasn't made it too deep into games so far, but I know we're certainly impressed with his stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. There's no doubt about it. Arizona transfer who didn't pitch a lot for the Wildcats when they went all the way to the College World Series. Obviously, he's been in some big games. I think our coaching staff really likes his stuff. He's going to sit low 90s, the fastball, good slider. When he's on, he's really, really good. Has a tendency to elevate sometimes in the zone. Will not be good today to be up in the zone with a windy day. See if he can keep the ball down. But K-State early on here is trying to go a little shorter with their starters until they kind of get to a rhythm. They're missing a couple of guys they expected to start on the weekend with injuries and whatnot, so waiting for them to get healthy. They're kind of piecemealing it together now.
How's the bullpen look for you guys today?
Pretty well rested, although some of the frontline guys have already thrown, Tyrell, Corsentino, but for the most part, you'll see a guy like Corey Cater perhaps come back today and pitch. Weisenbaker, who pitched the other night, could come back. They're young, but for the most part have been pretty good. They came into the weekend with a bullpen ERA of 2.5. Had a couple guys that have jumped that ERA up the last 2 days, but for the most part, the bullpen's been the strength here this season.
All right, position players, in terms of that regard, Nick Goodwin on the infield.
Well, Nick has been struggling with a stomach bug. I didn't know if he'd even go yesterday. He has been up most of the night throwing up prior to the game yesterday, and then ended up with a home run and went 2 for 3. So if there was a guy that had the excuse of not to play, it was him. But it wasn't quite the Michael Jordan flu game, but certainly played pretty well getting through it. Caitlin Culpepper, starting third baseman, is out what looks like a couple of weeks now with an injured thumb. So that's a big blow. What is a positive, K-State gets Dom Hughes back today at starting in left field. He's a guy that's kind of an energy spark plug for him. His coach's son has had a good start to the season. He was out after pushing the kid earlier in the year, but he'll be back for K-State in this game.
How about Brendan Jones? What can you tell us about him?
A guy that's kind of a self-made player. You know, he came in and just earned his spot. I think they really liked him, but he has played a little bit maybe better than they first thought with his ability up top at the top of the order. He's not going to wow you with power, but getting on base, finding a way to steal bags, that's his game. And K-State's got a little speed. I mean, they're going to try and run on most teams, so he certainly sets the table.
As you look at this matchup with Iowa today, any advantages that you see that really stand out to you for your K-State Wildcats?
Well, K-State under Pete Hughes and with Austin Waits as the hitting coach has been all about the long ball. They've led the Big 12 in home runs the last 2 years. They hit over 100 home runs here a couple of years ago in only like 55 games. That's kind of their game, and with the wind blowing out, that's usually what they try to do. So today the wind is supposed to be blowing out. I think that's what they're going to try and do, get the ball in the air and see if they can pound their way to a win.
You mentioned the energy of your team and maybe loosely said desperation to get a win down here, playing with a bit of an extra chip to say, hey, we can knock off the Hawkeyes who just beat the #1 team yesterday.
No doubt. I mean, they're certainly talking this Doug about how Iowa certainly got a lot of confidence, very much respect the guy that's throwing today, and I think they're very much intimidated, not intimidated, but respectful of the arms that are there for Iowa today. So I think that was a big concern going into this one. Certainly you see great arms in the Big 12 with Texas, TCU, and Texas Tech, and guys that are in the big. So that's nothing new necessarily, but we'll have to be on their game and attentive to it and get after it. I think Coach Hughes said that he felt his team was a little tentative yesterday. He didn't like that. He wants to see his team come out and be aggressive. I expect a different mentality today for K-State.
As we wrap things up with you today, how do you see this one shaking out? A pitcher's duel, maybe an offensive explosion? How do you see it shaking out between K-State and Iowa?
Well, if it's K-State, if it's to their liking, like if you're talking basketball and you want to talk about a game being played in a certain number, K-State would love to see this be high scoring, all about offense. That's what they love to do, get the ball up out of the park. Now, it's going to be difficult to do against Marcus Morgan and the rest of the pitching staff for Iowa. So at this point, I don't think K-State cares. They just want to find a way to win and, most importantly, play clean baseball, and that's the big thing. I think both teams will be motivated to get a win. I mean, you got that big one over LSU. Now you want to validate it coming back the next day, even against a team like K-State that's not necessarily at the same level of the Tigers. So I expect a good game. I hope for a good finish here. It was great to match up with Iowa a couple of years ago up there in Iowa City, and seeing them again here should be a lot of fun.
All right, Brian, thanks for your time. We'll be pulling for you the rest of the way.
All right, thanks, John. Appreciate it.
There you have it. Brian Smoller on our pregame show from Round Rock. He is the voice of K-State baseball. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll talk with head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller, right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Welcome back to pregame coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this morning. Iowa and Kansas State. We're joined by head coach of the Hawkeyes, Rick Heller. Coach, big win last night. Your final thoughts on it?
Well, it was a fun day. I mean, we came out and really broke out the bats, which was good to see after Friday night when we just didn't do much and faced a pitcher that was on, and to come out the way we did and score runs early and then keep it going and pour on 5 more runs in the 8th and the 9th was really great to see. And then Brody on the mound worked out of some jams, which he's capable of doing. And then Jared Simpson came in and was outstanding. Jared had to come in and do a tough situation again, just like he did last week, minimize that, and then settled in and pitched great baseball the rest of the time. And then we got Will Christopherson in there in the 9th, and Will was solid, and he couldn't ask for a better day. Played a solid game defensively again, and really happy with how we played.
You come back, another turnaround to play the morning game here today. A couple of challenges. We've talked about the energy on Sundays.
Yeah.
And then also, we just beat the number 1 team, but you still got another game to play. How do you address those challenges today?
Well, I mean, like Marty said in the scout this morning, I mean, you need to go out and give a great effort today and justify yesterday, so that people don't think it's just a flash in the pan. But I mean, the thing we have to focus on today, one, is ourselves and making sure we're ready and we're prepared and we're dialed in like we showed we could be yesterday. But we're playing a team in Kansas State who hasn't won down here, and so they're going to be playing for their lives today. Good program, good, well coached, tough kids that play hard, and they play with the chip on their shoulder a lot like we do, and they're not going to come out here and lay down today. I mean, we're going to have to play really well to have a chance to win today.
This weekend has been a measuring stick, but maybe not just in terms of wins and losses, but how you respond. You responded well yesterday after the loss. Yeah. Now you almost have to respond again today
after a win.
Yeah. So, how do you view that measuring stick ability?
Well, I mean, you don't know until it happens. I mean, you feel good about things right now, and the energy's good, and guys are loose, and as they're going through their stretch, but. You don't ever know until you get out there, because so much is dictated by the starting pitcher. We have Marcus Morgan going today, and Marcus is coming off a good first start. But who knows? And we feel good about our bullpen. We've got Volkers rested and ready to go as long as he needs to, and then we haven't used Henderson or Llewellyn or Obermuller. I mean, there's a lot of guys that we can go to today in the bullpen, so you feel good about that. You just really want to get off to a good start, and we talk a lot with our offense about the race to 6. The team that can get to 6 runs by the 6th inning, usually wins a majority of the games, and we were able to do that yesterday. Hopefully we can get after them and do a good job with that. But to your point, I mean, the only thing that determines what we're talking about is playing the games and the experience of playing the games, and it's early. I mean, that's the thing everybody has to remember. I mean, we're in week 2 of a 14-week grind. We're still just kind of feeling things out. Being outside, all those things that a northern team deals with, and you hope you don't have any peaks and valleys, but you never know.
Talking with Coach Rick Heller on our pregame show from Round Rock, Texas. The finale today against Kansas State. Okay, we're going to go with Marcus on the mound. Kansas State looks like they have a patient approach, so getting ahead early in counts, throwing a lot of strikes today for Marcus.
Yeah, that's the key. And Marcus induces a lot of contact, like weak contact, and so one of the goals today is to really be dialed in and make plays for him defensively, and then. On the other side, we're facing a right-hander named Fajardo, who has really good stuff. He hasn't had the best outings early this year, but the stuff is most definitely there. I mean, he's gonna set 93 with some arm side run, a lot of life to his fastball. He struggled to this point with his slider, so we're going to really focus in on the fastball. But he was one of their guys, had a great year for them last year, so he has it in him to come out and give a good performance. And we have to be prepared for his best, and he's going to be a tough matchup if he's throwing strikes.
Continuing with the offensive theme for your guys, Brendan Durigge kind of had his coming out party yesterday. Did a nice job for the Hawks.
Boy, he sure did. I mean, some big hits and big home run late, but the double early was crucial. And what do you have? I mean, he had 5 RBIs on the day, and it was good because Brendan's capable of doing that all year long and consistently for us. And it was good to see him break out yesterday against LSU.
Raider Tello's quietly having a good year. I think he's hit safely in all the games so far this year. It was his birthday yesterday. Had a nice performance. Talk about Raider a bit.
Well, Raider is an excellent hitter. I mean, he's a really good hitter, and as he gets more comfortable and gets used to just being out here every day at the Division I level, he's handled things really well to this point, and it's just going to get better and better. And he's a great player, and really big day for him to get the big W and have a good day offensively on his birthday.
Defensively, got to be pleased with how the team's playing so far.
Definitely pleased. For a turf team and an indoor team to play, what have we played 5 games now on grass and dirt, and we've handled it really well. And this field is super fast. We haven't talked about that, but lightning fast. I mean, really fast infield, faster than the Florida fields and faster than the Pro Park down at the Braves field, and that's not easy for a turf team, because the turf that we practice on is the indoor football turf, and it's a slower turf, and then our turf outside is a faster turf, because we want to play on the type of speed that we're going to see on the road, especially in the South, but we haven't been out there all that much on our field, so I've been pleased to this point, knock on wood, that we go out today and give another great effort defensively.
All right, Coach, keys to victory today to take down the Wildcats.
Super disciplined, but aggressive, if that makes any sense. That's what we were able to do yesterday. I mean, we came out aggressive, but we didn't chase. It's going to be the same theme against Fajardo, hunting his fastball if he gets it over the middle, really spitting on the stuff if he's out of the zone, and taking some free bases. And it'd be nice to get a few. We haven't had many since we got here. The other key is today, K-State has a pretty potent lineup, especially the top 5 hitters are all guys who can really do some damage and hurt you. They have some speed, limiting the free bases, keeping them off the bases. So if they do, get an extra base hit, it's a solo shot or a 2-out double, and we get out of it. We just can't be putting guys on like we did yesterday at the pace we did and expect to have a chance to win.
All right, Coach, let's win the day and beat K-State.
All right, thanks, John. Appreciate it.
All right, there you have it. Pre-game conversation with Coach Rick Heller ahead of the Round Rock Classic finale. It's Iowa and Kansas State coming up in just a few minutes. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
Welcome back to Dell Diamond. Pre-game coverage wrapping up. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. All right, John, one more game here before we head
head on back to Iowa. Let's get above 300. Let's take this sort of rubber match type of game.
This would be good. You've heard it quite a bit in the coaches meeting this morning about who are you? Are you Friday night's team or Saturday's team? Hawks want to be Saturday's team, and they've got to come out and prove it now.
All right, we've got the national anthem coming up in just a minute, so we'll take our final break of pregame. We'll break down this matchup between Iowa and K-State coming up right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
National anthem is complete from Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Final game of the weekend for the Hawkeyes. John Evans and John Leo in the broadcast booth. John, as you were saying before we went to break there, hoping that we see the Saturday version of Iowa rather than the Friday. The Saturday version beat the number one team in the country.
Yeah, in the breakfast this morning and the morning scout, it was you don't get to be the boss one day. Yeah. If you want to stake the claim, if you want the win yesterday to mean something, now that's the team that has to show up. And I think we saw it in how they approached batting practice yesterday morning as opposed to how they'd done it the night before. Everybody was locked in. This road travel is hard. You don't really get to sit and practice. Your routine's different. We get in at 1 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday night, Thursday morning. It's different. And so, you've got to take those 15, 20 minutes you get in the cage and really zoom in on what you're doing, what the scouting report is. And, boy, Iowa did it as well as they could yesterday. And as we talked about at the end of the broadcast, didn't play their best baseball game and beat the number one team in the country.
Yeah, somehow able to get that done.
Yeah, and so hopefully it's one of those things where you build some confidence from that of this approach works. When we do this, we can beat the number one team in the country. When we don't do this, we get 3 hit by Sam Houston. And that's no disrespect to Sam Houston. They're going to beat a lot of teams. They beat this Kansas State team yesterday 8-3. So they're a good ball club, but it's the way of baseball of you got to show up and nobody just says, oh, you're pretty good, so you're going to win. You got to go prove it on the field every time.
There's just a lot to learn this entire weekend, right? And more than just, okay, do we have a good team? Do we have some things to work on? It's about how you handle these situations. Friday's loss was surprising, as we talked about, just in the way that it unfolded. So then we were going to learn about our team. Okay, how are you going to bounce back? You play the number one team in the country the next day. Well, looked pretty good. And now you learn, okay, how do you handle success? How do you deal with that success when everybody says, whoa, they just beat the top-ranked team in the country? And Kansas State knows that. Kansas State's desperate for a win at this tournament. They They lost to LSU in the first game. It was competitive. They lost to them. They lost to Sam Houston. Yesterday, it was competitive. Sam Houston put up 4 in the top of the 9th to kind of pull away there. So, K-State's got the energy, the maybe chip a little bit on their shoulder now today. It's gone back and forth this entire weekend.
Yeah, we talked about that the first night, that the chip was in the first base dugout with Sam Houston. We talked about it yesterday. The chip was in the Iowa dugout, the first base dugout yesterday with Iowa. Well, now it's flipped. It's over in the third base dugout with Kansas State. Iowa's going to play a lot of games like this. The Big Ten schedule is, they get Maryland, but they don't get a lot of the top half of the Big Ten, perennial contenders.
Right.
And so, they're going to have games that they're supposed to win. But, again, baseball's a weird sport. Just because you're supposed to win, you got to go do it. And you've got to be disciplined in your approach at the plate. Your pitchers have to execute, and, it's a funny thing to say, but Iowa won yesterday without their best pitching stuff. They beat a really good hitting team, which is a testament to the talent level of both Brody and Jared, that they were able to kind of pitch in and out of jams. But here we go. Let's see what we've got today.
First pitch quickly upon us here with K-State and Iowa. Iowa is the road team, so they'll bat first. The Hawkeyes will be led off by Michael Seegers, followed by Raider Tello batting second. Keaton Anthony is the DH batting third. Brendan Durigge had a nice game yesterday. Cleanup spot. He's batting fourth. Kyle Huxtor fifth. Sixth is Sam Peterson. 7, 8, 9 for the Hawks. Sam Honar, Braden Frazier, and Cade Moss. On the mound doing the pitching for Kansas State is Herman Fajardo. Career record of 4-3 in 18 appearances with a 4.15 ERA. In 2023, however, he's 0-1 with 2 appearances. He's only thrown 6 innings in those 2 appearances, 4 walks and 4 strikeouts for the K-State right-handed hitter. All right, Seegers is in the box. The first pitch to him is low and outside for a ball. The home team, K-State, they're in purple uniforms with an interlocked K and S on their left upper chest. 1-0 pitch is a called strike, 1-1. They've also got white numbers on their right hip side of the jersey. White baseball pants for Kansas State. The Hawks are in their gold Sunday scripts. The 1-1 to Seegers is tapped off of Michael's ankle as he tumbles in front of the plate. He's still down. Boy, that didn't look good. Foul ball, and Michael's down. Catcher Pelletier will help him up, and Seegers is limping around with a strong limp. He'll head over to Coach Heller and talk with him for a minute as the athletic trainer will come out.
Yeah, there's we got that one right down. You wonder if it got instep, top of the foot. A lot of small bones there. None of them are going to feel very good with the baseball banging off of it. But yeah, good sportsmanship there from Pelletier to give Seegers a hand up, and you never know. We won't. You'd like to think he'll be able to walk it off here, but
yeah, we'll have to see. Still walking around, and he's got his bat, so he's going to give it a go. Hope that Michael's okay.
Michael had a good day at the plate yesterday. Kind of found his stroke a little bit. Was Michael 3 for 5 yesterday? 3 for 5 yesterday. Scored a couple runs. It was nice to see him get it. He'd been struggling just a little bit, but found his way yesterday at the plate.
1-2 pitch on its way home to him. Fouls this one in the box. Stays at 1-2. Yeah, Michael had a really nice performance. You mentioned offensively, defensively as well. He ended the game with a line drive catch and also had that diving play in the middle innings.
Yeah, the 5th inning bailed us out there, and had another play later that almost turned into a highlight reel as well.
1-2 to Seegers, right back to Fajardo. He's going to jog over and underhand flip it to the first baseman, Lotus, for 1 away.
Yeah, Fajardo's going to be, you heard Coach Heller mention the pregame, 93, 95. K-State's struggling just a little bit with their rotation right now. He started the midweek game, so he started the Tuesday game, which is a little unusual in college baseball. But, I don't know that, we'll see probably 3-4 innings out of him. Maybe it's probably a bullpen game here.
Here's Raider Tello stepping in, fouling off the first pitch. Yeah, it was kind of like a little bit of back and forth about this K-State pitcher where the numbers aren't great, but yet the coaching staff and everybody involved on the Iowa side is still impressed by him somehow. 0-1 pitch, Tello fouls it off to the right.
Well, he's a guy, he's going to throw his fastball a lot. You know, I think the numbers were he's around a 60% fastball guy, and so the idea was if you can lay off the breaking stuff, it's relatively average stuff. He's a 2-pitch guy. Started to throw a 3rd pitch here as he's become a starter a little bit more, so he's got a slider and a change. But really, it's about that same discipline the Hawkeye hitters had yesterday. You know, it was I was looking at the box score from yesterday. Cooper threw 71 pitches or something, and 50 of them were strikes. I mean, but the Hawkeye hitters attacked him when he got into the strike zone, and that's the thing of pick your spot and drive it somewhere.
0-2 to Tello. Fouls this one off again. He's swung at every pitch that has been thrown to him. He's fouled every single one off. We'll try to find a way between the white lines here. Tello's birthday yesterday. Good present for him to contribute to a big win over number 1 LSU.
Yeah, and he waits off this pitch.
0-2 is outside, 1-2.
Yeah, he was, we mentioned yesterday, I was giving him a little bit of grief on the ground ball that got past him yesterday, and he just kind of looked at me and smiled. He said, I was up, I was ready, and that ball hit the seam and just dove. He said there was nothing I could do about it.
1-2 is on the outside corner, but missing, so off the plate, 2-2.
Yeah, so he was, they talk a lot. I was really big on defensive positioning, and we've talked a little bit in the first 2 games of how he just had him about a half step off on different things.
Tello hits this on the ground to first. First baseman Lotus is there. He'll take it himself unassisted. 2 up, 2 down for the Hawks to begin the game. Defensively for K-State on the infield, Keon Lotus is over there at first, Brady Day at second. Shortstop is Nick Goodwin. Third baseman is Roberto Pena. Out in the outfield, left fielder is Dom Hughes. Center fielder Brendan Jones. Right fielder Carson Queck. Doing the catching today is Rafael Pelletier. Up next for Iowa's Keaton Anthony. He got things started yesterday with a solo home run with 2 outs in the first inning. Led to a big inning to jump on LSU early. He stands in the same spot this afternoon with 2 outs, nobody on. Next pitch to Anthony. Rips this foul to the right side. Hawks are going with aggressive swings early, trying to time this up.
Yeah, Iowa's approach yesterday was really, really good with 2 strikes, 2 outs. They hit nearly 500 yesterday with 2 outs with runners in scoring position.
Keaton pops this one up shallow center. Second baseman, shortstop, giving chase. Second baseman still going back. It drops. Anthony is on second base as the ball drops in shallow left center. What a confusing play there for K-State. They did not have a read on that. You wonder if the wind was involved there, John. The wind blowing strongly out to left. But, man, the center fielder was not even running in the right direction. He was over there towards right center.
Well, and that's what I've got a question where the left fielder was. And I was just looking, he hasn't made many starts because that was we're just going to go with that was not good. Because in any event, the outfielders have to be making a play. Now, again, it's different. It's a white cloud. It might have been hard for the outfielder to pick up. He may not have seen it, but a routine fly ball turned into a double for Keaton Anthony.
And we'll take that. So Anthony stands on second. Here's Brennan DeRiggi, an outstanding game yesterday. I think tied or broke a couple of records for the tournament here in its early life. Infield for K-State's shifted dramatically over to the right, to the pull side of DeRiggi. He has a lot of opposite field power, too, early in the season at least.
Yeah, he had a double down the line. Now, you do see their left fielder their outfield is pretty much straight away. The infield is played to pull. So if he's going to hit a ground ball, they expect him to pull it, and then they're respecting either direction on a fly ball.
Counts 2-1 to DeRiggi with 2 outs, top of the first inning. Anthony's out there at second. You'd like to make K-State pay for that mistake that they made with the 4 folks coming together in the outfield but not coming up with the ball.
Exactly.
2 balls and a strike. Pitch to DeRiggi. There it is. Called strike on the inner half of the plate. Pumped that one in there at 91.
And you mentioned the wind. Today is completely different than any of the 2 days. We're at 72 degrees now. We've got sun. We've got some white clouds, and we've got the wind blowing exactly the opposite direction out to left.
2-2 to DeRiggi. On the ground to the right side. First baseman backhands it. No, he missed it. It's all the way through the second baseman as well. Anthony rounds third. He's going to score. And Iowa is on the board first. 1-0. That's got to be an error over there at first base. DeRiggi put it in play. First baseman looked like he had time to get in front of that ball. He went for a backhand. He missed it. And then the backup guy behind him, he missed it. And so Anthony was able to score.
Well, I think that's we talked a little bit yesterday with again, the ball that got past Tello at third. Well, I'll date myself a little bit. Back when I played, they taught you to feel a little differently. You caught more ball. Basically your goalie at the worst case. You were taking it in the chest. In that case, the first baseman with the runner on second base, if he knocks that ball down, you don't give up a run, and you have a chance to flip it to the pitcher and get an out. Instead, he tries to kind of steal a major league line. What's that Olay stuff, Dorn?
Yeah.
And it got past him, and then second baseman, who was shifted, couldn't get there.
Kyle Huckstorf is up, swings at the first pitch. On the ground is short. Fielded on the run, thrown over to first in time to retire the Hawks in the first. But Iowa gets one run. Be some sloppy play by K-State. Iowa takes advantage of it. We'll see Marcus Morgan toe the rubber for the black and gold when we come back. For the bottom of the first inning, it's Iowa 1, K-State nothing. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
Iowa 1, K-State nothing. As we head to the bottom of the first, we're overdue for a station ID break. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. The Hawkeyes take advantage of sloppy K-State defense in the first inning, leading 1-0. We'll see what the Wildcats have up their sleeve as they come to the plate for the first time in today's game. Batting order for the Wildcats. Brendan Jones in center. He'll lead things off. Dom Hughes is batting second. Nick Goodwin, the shortstop, bats third. In the cleanup spot is Roberto Pena. Batting fifth is Keon Lotus. Sixth is Carson Queck. 7, 8, 9 for the Wildcats. Brady Day, Rafael Pelletier, and the designated hitter Cole Johnson bats ninth. They'll face off against Marcus Morgan, the Sunday starter for the Hawks. Morgan's making his second start of the season. He threw 4 innings, gave up 3 hits with a strikeout. He's more of a contact pitcher, at least to this point in the season, through the one appearance against Quinnipiac last week. First pitch catches the outside corner, called strike on the left-handed Brendan Jones.
Yeah, Marcus has been, he doesn't quite have the command he wants on that four-seam fastball. When he gets that.
Here's a sharply hit ball to second base. Honar knocks it down at second, picks it up and throws it over to DeRiggi for out number 1.
When Marcus gets that command back on that four-seam fastball, which he can ride up to 95, 96 now, then I think you'll see him get back to the strikeout pitcher. Right now he's really going with the cutter and his off-speed pitch, so his cutters are more, it's 91, 92, so, he's not going to overpower a lot of the hitters, but I'm telling you what, for a Sunday starter, when he gets the four-seam and gets back up into 95, 96, whew.
Here's Dom Hughes, left-handed hitter for the Wildcats. Looks like they might throw a few lefties at Marcus today. Morgan, the right-handed pitcher, ready with the 1-0. Here it comes. This is inside 2-0. Defensively for Iowa, DeRiggi is at first. Honar gets the start at second. Seeger's at short. Glad he's doing okay after fouling the ball off himself to start the game. Raider Tello's at third. Outfield is the same as yesterday for Iowa. 2-0 pitch catches the outside corner, 2-1. We got Peterson in left, Hucksdorf in center, Braden Frazier out there in right. Cade Moss is the battery mate of Marcus Morgan this afternoon. 2-1 pitch, inside, ball 3. 3-1 to the two-hitter Dom Hughes.
And Marcus is right on his spots. Their scouting report is to try to bust him inside. He'll chase. He's done good discipline so far and has held off.
There's another strike on the inside corner. Counts now full. Hughes only played in 3 games, 3 of the 7 for K-State. The Wildcats 4-3 on the year. 3-2 pitch from Morgan. There it is, called third strike. A backdoor slider. Great pitch from Morgan to get the second out.
Yeah, and you were talking about their lineup. You're going to have a little different lineup. Their star third baseman, who's looking to take over for Goodwin at shortstop next year, broke a bone in his hand on Friday against LSU. I think it was the Hammett bone. So Hawkeye fans know a little bit about that with Patty having that last year. And then you had heard that Goodwin is sick, so they've got a little bit of a lineup juggle and kind of getting a little desperate already to get off the losing streak.
Here is Nick Goodwin. Mentioned him a couple times the broadcast today. Counts 1-1 to him. When we talked with K-State's play-by-play voice, he said that Goodwin's battling a bit of a stomach bug, a little flu deal going on, but he had a great game yesterday against Sam Houston. I believe it was 2 for 3, hit a home run, had a nice day, but he's one of their star players, and you feel bad that he's not 100%.
Yeah, unanimous all-first team Big 12. And, we're up in the press box here, but you just look at him and just the build, he looks the part right now. And so, he'll be playing somewhere else. And
2-2 pitches driven out to left. Petey's there, comes forward a couple of steps. He'll make the grab. A 1-2-3 inning for the Hawks to start this one.
Yeah, he'll be playing somewhere else and getting paid for it next year. Is to finish that thought.
Yeah, well, we got him out there, so K-State goes down quietly in the first. We're through 1. It's Iowa 1, K-State nothing. We're back for the second right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
John Evans, John Leo at the Dell Diamond, the AAA home of the Round Rock Express, AAA affiliate, the Texas Rangers. Gorgeous day in Texas as we say goodbye to the Lone Star State. Sam Peterson will step in for his first at-bat of the day. Pitch missing outside, 1-0. Called strike.
No, he did call it. Well, scoreboard has a ball, but I think both of those now 2-0.
Yeah, they've got 2-0 up there on the scoreboard. Our home plate umpire, Chris Griffith, has a very tame called strike motion, right?
Yeah, he's not showing up a hitter when he calls a strike, that's for sure.
Looks like he just motioned over 2-1. So it's 2-1 to Petey. Takes this one high, 3-1. Yeah.
Since he's not walking down to first now, clearly that first pitch was a strike.
We're in the visitor radio booth today. We were in the home radio booth the last 2 days. 3-1 pitch to Petey is there for a strike. Full count now. So we're now on the third base side of home. Iowa occupies the first base dugout. So we're looking across the plate. 3-2 to Petey. Misses at the eyes. And a walk to lead off the second.
Pete's had a good start to a year. He was hitting .316. He's not always the most patient guy at the plate, so it's a good at-bat for him. He got behind and kind of worked his way ahead and then drew the full count walk.
We were mentioning during the break, as part of Iowa's focus, to jump on teams early. As Sam Honar is in there, he lines this one to right into the corner. Wind might blow it back in, and it is just foul. Not a lot of room down there of foul territory, as we've mentioned a couple times. But this one is just foul for Honar. That would have been extra bases.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of what, we talked yesterday with Gable Mitchell and the things that he brings, the energy, and Sam's got a little bit more pop right now in his bat.
Hits this one on the ground, into right field for a base hit. Peterson will round second, headed for third. Throw comes in, and it's cut off at second base. A single for Honar advances Peterson all the way over to third. The Hawks are going to have runners on the corners. There it is, that pop in that bat.
Yeah, and, we were talking about this at the last break. If you can jump on K-State right now, maybe see how interested they are to still be here all day. Get them down 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, and just see how quick the at-bats start happening on their side of maybe rolling out of here in a quick way.
Yeah. They got kind of injuries, and our best players isn't feeling the greatest. So to that point, we'll see what the Hawks do early on here as Braden Frazier's in for his first at-bat. Watches a slow 80-mile-an-hour breaking ball. He called a strike on the outside corner. Runners on the corners. Nobody out in the Hawkeye second. Iowa already leading 1-0. Next pitch from Fajardo. Breaking ball again. This one missed just high.
And Iowa's idea in the scouting report was they're going to spit on that breaking ball all day long. Mm-hmm. If he throws it for strikes and can get you to 2 strikes, you'll tip your cap and go, boy, that was good. But otherwise, they're going to take a lot of those.
1-1 to Frazier. There's a hard fastball at 92, but it was in on the hands, 2-1. Something to note with Frazier, too, he hit that home run yesterday to really put the cherry on top of the win. He took it all the way deep to left. He didn't need any help from the wind yesterday. He'd probably take some today with the wind blowing out to left as he puts a home run swing on the 2-1 pitch, but comes up empty.
Yeah, and Frazier last year didn't have the year he wanted. Wasn't healthy all season. And then, baseball's hard. Every week you're traveling somewhere, it's hard to find your rhythm.
2-2, swing and a miss. Frazier goes down on strikes.
He's gotten a little bit healthier this year and been able to find his way a little bit more. And, Fajardo was a little bit better that time, but Frazier will get another crack at it.
We'll see Cade Moss come in now. Bottom of the order for the Hawks. Batting ninth, the catcher. Runners still out there on the corners with one away. Moss looking to get going. Just 1 for 11 on the season. He and Ben Tallman kind of split duties at the catcher spot. Moss will square down to bunt. Throws a nice one down the third base line. Scooped up by the third baseman. Thrown over to first in time, but Petey scores on the backside. Good job, Cade Moss, to execute that one.
That was really good. And now that was just a safety squeeze. Hawks had the safe play on, but it's not often you look at your catcher to be an outstanding bunt. Not to downplay Cade's wheels at all, but that bunt was so good. If he were a little faster, he might have gotten that one beat out. But as it was, they got him just by a step. But he drove in a run and moved a runner into scoring position.
Yeah, 2-0 Iowa. In the second, runner on second. Seegers lines this one deep to right center field. Right fielder going back, and he'll sky over to make the catch for the third out of the inning. So the Hawks will strand one runner there at second base as Seegers flies out, but we get another one on the board. It's 2-0.
Yeah, you like crooked numbers, but Hawks would probably take 9 singles through the 9 innings as well.
Sure, win every inning. That's what we talked about yesterday, right?
Exactly.
All right, bottom of the second inning coming to you right after this. Iowa 2, K-State 0. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Bottom of the second inning from Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. Final game of the weekend before we head home to take on Loris on Tuesday afternoon from Dwayne Banks. Iowa 2, K-State nothing. Wildcats come to the plate after being set down 1-2-3 by Marcus Morgan in the Hawkeye defense. It'll be Roberto Pena to lead things off, right-handed hitter. Third baseman for the Cats. He steps in. Taps each side of the plate. Morgan's ready with the first pitch to him. Here it comes. Check swing. He holds off. Nice pitch from Marcus, but it just missed the zone outside. Tried to start him with a breaking ball.
Yeah, Pena likes to swing the bat. So you can see Marcus trying to stay on the edges, but right now Pena's shown a little bit more discipline than he may normally do. Normally he likes to swing at those breaking balls, but he's held off on two pretty good ones here from Marcus.
Yeah, 2-0 pitch on its way home. Fouled back to the screen, now 2-1. You mentioned that Pena likes to swing it. He's got 10 strikeouts through 7 games already. So he gets double digits. Free swinger in there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, not in today's game, not altogether unusual. You see a lot of.
Here's one on the ground at third. Tello's got it. Pops right up, throws it over to first for the first out of the inning. Good job there by Rader to hang with that hard hit ground ball.
Metrics tell you to go ahead and swing the bat, and if Pena's going to hit him that hard, he was a little unfortunate at that time. We talked about Tello being maybe a half step in the wrong direction on a couple balls. Well, that time he's a half step in the right direction there. He's able to field it and make an easy throw across the diamond for the out.
Well, the thing with Pena, too, is that he's tied for the lead on the team with home runs. He's got 3. That's K-State, their claim to fame. As here's a comebacker right to Morgan. Morgan will jog over and flip it to DeRiggi for out number 2 to retire Keon Lotus, the first baseman. Quickly 2 up, 2 down for the Wildcats in the second.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good start here from a pitch standpoint. Again, I think everybody, if you follow Hawkeye baseball, you kind of know what happened with Marcus last year of going from preseason Big Ten freshman of the year to having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone. And so it's fun to just see him pound the strike zone right now and just kind of get better and better.
Here's Carson Queck watching the first pitch go by for a ball low and outside. Queck, the right fielder for the Wildcats. We were mentioning K-State. They got a lot of power, a lot of home runs as a team. They've got 13. This is fouled to the right side, back into the net, 1-1.
And this is Queck's first start of the year. So, again, this is where you're kind of seeing not only on what happens on Sunday sometimes in this, but what happens on Sunday when you're down a player or two.
Queck lays off the 1-1, just missing outside. Marcus trying to hit that outside corner to righties and just a bit outside. Bring that back in a little bit and maybe get K-State to fish after it. The 2-1 is on its way. Ooh. This one just missed, maybe up, maybe in, 3-1 with 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. Iowa 2-0 over K-State.
K-State has good plate discipline. They're maybe not quite as good as LSU was yesterday, but they're going to make you throw strikes.
3-1, misses at the letters. Walk with 2 outs as Queck is on. Was talking informally with Coach McGrath before the game, the pitching coach for the Hawks, and he mentioned just what you said, that they're patient, they're disciplined, they'll make you earn it, and then right when you fall into that sort of lull where, man, I better throw a strike, they've got the power to take you yard.
Yeah, and their take rate on first pitch is pretty high. So again, we talked a little bit yesterday with, get 0-1. Have your whole pitch library to you and don't be behind 0-1.
There's Brady Day, rather, taking a first pitch strike.
And there, Marcus, getting ahead right away. Because, again, the Hawkeye scouting report on Day is that, he's very patient. He's gonna make contact, and so you've got to get ahead and maybe get him off balance.
Nice block there by Moss behind the plate as the pitch was low and in to the lefty hitter, second baseman for K-State, batting just 154 in the early going, making his 5th start today.
Yeah,
stands in with an open stance. Go ahead, John.
Sorry about that. Marcus will try to hit that back foot with his breaking ball on a left-hander.
Marcus is close. He's right around, but just missing. 2-1 now today. 2 away, runner on first in the K-State second. He's really picking his spots, and I think he's hitting them. They're just off the plate.
Yeah, he's hoping for a little bit of help, and so far K-State's been disciplined. That one, he all of a sudden maybe overthrew the cutter just a little bit there and got it up and easy, ball 3.
Yeah, 3-1 now. Marcus, I guess with that fastball, that cutter has missed high. The off speed has missed horizontally, rather, whether in or out. Good lead at first for the base runner. 3-1 on its way home. This one lined into left field over towards the corner, and it is down over Petey's head into the corner. Petey picks it up, throws it back in. 2 runners in scoring position now for K-State all of a sudden, with a 2-out double opposite field for Brady Day.
That was really well played by Petey off there. Ball one hopped the wall, got up in the air, took it on his hand and threw it in. But, this is, Queck, the runner at third, had 2 at-bats on the year. You got to go at him. You can't walk him. You got to see what he's all about. And now you've created some 2-out trouble on your own.
Yesterday, Brody Brecht and the pitching staff got out of trouble in situations like this. We'll see if Marcus Morgan can do the same with Rafael Pelletier in there. Grounds one to first, but just foul. DeRiggi picks it up in foul territory. Runners on second and third for Kansas State. Iowa leading the Wildcats 2-0 in the bottom of the second. Little challenge here for Morgan to get out of this inning.
Yeah, Iowa's seems like we're in control, and all of a sudden it's a single away from being a tie game here.
Morgan looks in for the 0-1. Here it comes. Called strike on the inside corner. Good pitch there from Marcus, 0-2.
Yeah, Marcus came back with the breaking ball, and so now, Pelletier's really going to have to be, just in protect mode here because Marcus can come at him with a couple different speeds and spins.
0-2, here it comes. Swing and a miss. He got him. The high heater up in on the hands at 95. How about that?
Yeah, he went to four seam, and again, that's even if he's not featuring that right now, if he can just show it and throw it for strikes, especially in pitchers' counts, he's going to be a handful for hitters.
Morgan extinguishes the threat with a strikeout to end the second. We go to the third. Iowa 2, K-State nothing. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Gorgeous day in Round Rock, Texas. Hawkeyes and Wildcats wrapping up the Round Rock Classic. Iowa out to an early 2-0 lead. Got out a little bit of trouble there in the bottom of the second. We head to the third. 2-3-4 coming up for the Hawks. Tello, Anthony, and DeRiggi.
John, are you a Friends fan?
I've watched bits and pieces.
Okay, so you're not going to understand this. Maybe somebody listening will. I feel like Joey right now. because we're on the trip, and I basically have every piece of clothing on, and it's now 80 degrees today, and I have all this long sleeve stuff on, so I'm not doing anything, and I'm sweating here in the booth. So I've kind of worn myself out here already.
Well, it's the travel day for us too. I don't know what the weather's like in Iowa. Tello takes the first pitch, check swing. He went around, but. I was hoping to maybe wear some shorts down here. We weren't granted that opportunity with the first couple of days. Today would have been a great day for shorts. 0-1, Tello pops up, fouling out a play to the right side. I elected to go with the dress pants and the polo.
That ball almost got back in. It hit the top of the screen.
Did it really?
Yep. We
better watch him. That wind.
Wind is heavy blowing out to left field. So.
Tello down in the count, 0-2 in the third. Pitch from Fajardo. Ground ball, base hit into left center field. Past the shortstop. Nice, clean cut single for Tello. We've talked about him a couple of times, maybe not giving him as much credit as he deserves. He's been a great hitter for the Hawks in the 2 spot.
Yeah, I believe I believe you mentioned it in pregame. That should be now a 6-game hitting streak. And after the way Hawkeye bats got shut down Friday night, there aren't many guys that can claim that, but he had 2 of the 3 hits Friday. So done a nice job. Good line drive single up the middle there.
Nice to see a response from the Hawkeye bats this inning after K-State threatened in the bottom of the second. Here's Anthony taking a pitch that's high out of the zone, 1-0.
Well, and you'd like to, Fajardo's up to 40 pitches now. You'd like to see if you can run him up into the mid-50s here this inning and see if that'll finish him off for the day.
1-0 pitch was way high and tight to Keaton. He got out of there. 2-0. Hitters count for the Hawkeye DH. Fajardo's pitch in there for a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it yesterday. Keaton's not really a hitter that's going to chase. He's going to make sure, even ahead, he's going to make sure he sees the pitch he wants.
2-1, fouled back. This one's certainly out of play to the right side, 2-2. Hit that one hard enough. The wind wasn't doing anything with that. The wind is really straightening those flags out there in center over towards left center. Keaton's got opposite field power, but if he could pull one on the 2-2, pops this one up to the right side. Going to have to watch this one. The wind brings it back into play, and no play. It's foul. The first baseman was tripped up by that wind. Boy, it must be a significant factor there as he was over towards the wall, but it blew back towards the line, and he wasn't really close.
Well, and that's another one where second baseman is there, and that is a much easier play for the second baseman coming across because that ball's blowing right back to him, whereas the first baseman, he's trying to run backwards.
2-2, Anthony skies this one. This one's between the white lines. Second baseman moves back into shallow center. He's having trouble with it, but he makes the catch. Anthony's retired. Looks like Keaton was trying to elevate a couple, but just too much underneath it.
Yeah, Keaton always has that. It looks like an uppercut swing, but he really turns that into good, solid line drives more often than not. But this one, he just stayed a little bit underneath, and he decided to let the second baseman make up for not catching that ball in foul territory and get one in fair territory.
Here's DeRiggi. Infield shifted again. First pitch to DeRiggi's a called strike on the inner half of the plate. The K-State alignment defensively, they've got 3 infielders on the right side of the field, 1 person over here splitting second and third base. DeRiggi fouls this back to the net, down in the count 0-2 with 1 away in Hawkeye third and a runner on first.
Yeah, with the runner on second last time, they had a hard shift, and the second baseman was actually out into right field. Now they're in a more traditional shift with the runner on first.
0-2 to Brennan, misses at the letters, 1-2. Now that infielder that was splitting second and third, he's in a shortstop style position where the shortstop would typically play. The entire third base and left field line is open for Brennan. But he pulls it fair down the right field line in between the first baseman and second baseman. Tello round second, headed for third. DeRiggi's going to be at second. They're going to hold Tello at third. DeRiggi's strong weekend continues with a double down the right field line.
Yeah, that's he obviously beat the shift hard that time again as he lined it over the first baseman's head. As you get your vote ready for I don't know if he's got all the way to tournament MVP yet, but he's certainly found a way onto the all-tournament team here.
We had that record book in here earlier. I think he's tied with 5. He had 5 RBIs yesterday, which was a tie for the tournament record.
Yep, so he's had a bead there.
Huckstorf on the ground, past a diving third baseman. Tello will score. They're going to send Derigi. Here comes the throw. It's cut off, and 2 runs have scored on the 2 RBI double from Kyle Huckstorf. Might be a single and an advancement on the throw, but either way, Huck stands out there at second after driving in 2, and the Hawks lead 4-0.
Huck was hustling. I know the throw went a different direction, but there was no hesitation on his part. Great base running as he made the turn. There wasn't a, hey, what does it look like? He was thinking double the whole way and make them stop me, and of course they never did. And so you're right, they scored it that way, but good hustle, good heads-up base running on his part.
Here's Petey now. Sam Peterson steps in, squares the bunt, pulls it back. The pitch floats high for a ball. 1 out in the Hawkeye third. Iowa continuing their offensive firepower explosion from yesterday. They've plated 4 the first couple innings of this one.
Yeah, and Iowa set a bunch of offensive records yesterday.
1-0 to Petey. Golf swing came up empty, 1-1.
Which the irony of after Friday night was not exactly what you expected, but set a record for hits in a game, tied the record for home runs. So really got after it. Unfortunately, set a couple of pitching records too that they're
1-1, just foul down the third base line.
That they're maybe not going to be quite as happy to hold
right.
on to, but and then from the individual side, Derigi had the RBI record. Now it was 4. He raised that up. Just missed on the total bases, but a good all around game for him, and like I said, puts his name near the top of that list.
Petey lines this one into right field. Right fielder coming on, sliding, and he made the catch. Actually, a forward dive rather than a slide. Looked like he was going to slide in there, but he dove forward and caught it. Second out of the inning. Huckstorf cannot advance.
Yeah, that's a tough way to dive. I think he kind of got caught in between and ended up almost with waist high instead of maybe either running through it or catching it on a little bit of a slide off to the side. But doesn't matter. He made the catch. That's the only important part.
2-away in the Hawkeye third. Huckstorf stands at second. Here's Sam Honar. Check swing, went around, called strike.
And see, that's the plate discipline. The Hawkeyes are really trying to spit on that breaking ball, especially the first pitch, and he went ahead and he got fooled and got called on the check swing.
Check swing again. They'll send it down to third. He did not go. 1-1.
Might have caught a little bit of a break there.
Yeah. Still have that runner out there at second. Like to bring him home. Iowa leading K-State 4-0 in the top of the third. Fajardo ready with the 1-1. Here it comes. On the ground to the right side and foul. Tapped lightly over towards Mitchell Bowe in his first season as a coach with the Hawkeyes, volunteer assistant. He's got the first base coach duties as well.
What were they doing with him on the media guide? The picture of him, he's fielding a ball with his mask on.
Really? I'm going to have to talk to Sam about that one,
exactly.
huh?
Sam's killing poor Mitch.
1-2 is the count to Honar. The pitch. Check swing. The pitch is inside. Did not go again. 2-2.
Sam, there's something going on. Sam must not be seeing the ball quite well enough, or maybe he is, and that's the best part is he's able to stop his swing before he gets too far in.
He's gotten started on every one. 2-2, swing and a miss. Good pitch from Fajardo, a breaking ball on the inside corner. The Hawks plate 2 in the third, leading K-State 4-0 as we head to the bottom half of the inning. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Finale of the Round Rock Classic, Iowa and Kansas State. The Hawkeyes leading the Wildcats 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the third.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes.
Exciting weekend to be a Hawkeye fan. Just like we always like to say, there's nothing better than being a Hawk. And this weekend has been exciting across the entire athletics realm. The basketball team had a great comeback. The men's basketball team, great comeback yesterday over Michigan State. We were keeping one of our eyes on it to take down the Spartans in overtime with one of the greatest comebacks of all time in all of sports. As Marcus Morgan throws the first pitch for a ball low and outside. Track and field wrapped up their Big Ten championships. The men's team finished third. Women's team also finished third. Marina Beebe with a 60-meter hurdles school record. She was the champion. It's 1-1 now to Cole Johnson, the designated hitter, in the 9 spot. Today, the women's basketball team, they are at the center of the college basketball universe. Counts now 2-1. Morgan missing just outside. They're hosting College Game Day. I saw some pictures earlier. Looked great at Carver. A lot of fans there in the early going before they take on Indiana, ranked number 2 in the country. 2-1 floats outside 3-1.
Yeah, it was really great. They looked like, and it just what you'd expect. It looked like Hawk Nation really showed out for it, and the game doesn't have quite the meaning they hoped it would have, but still a big game.
3-1 is a called strike outside corner to the right-handed hitter. 3-2 now.
I've been lucky enough to do a couple of their games this year, and boy, if there's a better coaching staff in the country, from a coaching standpoint and from a human being standpoint, and probably even more importantly, I'd like to meet them because Coach Bluter, Coach Jensen, Coach Fitzgerald, all of them, it's just great people to be around.
Sort of the theme with the Iowa Hawkeyes, right? It's the people that make this place so great. The 3-2 swing and a miss. Morgan goes with a breaking ball high and inside, and Johnson went after it, came up empty.
And that's a big deal. You just added 2 more runs. We've talked about it a little bit already. It's 4-0. Don't walk the 9 guy. Don't set the table for the top of the order. If they want to earn a couple here now with the top, great, but don't give them one with the 9 guy.
And believe it or not, Johnson, who just struck out, was a 194 hitter, but 3 home runs and 11 RBIs. So what a strange season he's had. The only hits he's had have basically been home runs.
Well, I think that goes to when I talked to Coach Pete earlier. He said their numbers are a little skewed this year, just in that when they played at Stephen F. Austin's park, it was a hitter's park. They had a day like this where maybe the wind was blowing out a little bit, and some routine fly balls became a little more than that.
Leadoff hitter Brendan Jones is in there. He's up in the count 2-1 with 1 away in the bottom of the third. Iowa leading 4-0. Yeah, we mentioned 13 home runs for K-State. They're in a lot of high-scoring games. 2-1 just outside 3-1. I believe 96 runs through their 7 games.
Yeah,
that's quite a few.
Yeah, so they're
96 runs total, either scored or allowed. They haven't scored 96 runs. If they scored 96 runs, I think they'd probably be a little bit better than 4-3.
Yeah, exactly. And so depending on what your favorite app might be, the over might have looked good for the day.
3-2 is hit foul and out of play to the left side. Off the lights, coming back into play. Heads up over there. Counts full. 1 away in the third.
And we were joking with Coach McGrath this morning. Of course, the pitching coach wants everything to be.
This one's on the ground to the right side, past a diving Honar, and into right field for a 1-out base hit. The leadoff man, Jones.
The pitching coach wants the team to have a 2.5 ERA and high strikeouts and all that fun stuff. But Coach McGrath was realistic about it too. He's like, the wind's blowing out and we win it, we win it 12-8. That's just as good as winning it 1-0.
Sure.
At the end of the day, it's adding up more numbers on the left side of the column than the right.
Dom Hughes steps in. Batting in the 2 spot for the Wildcats. Runner takes off for second. Moss bobbled it. And so Jones will get in there safely at second without a throw.
Yeah, and the scouting report on Jones when he got on the bases is he is super aggressive on the base paths. So, if there's a ball now hit to the outfield, he's not stopping at third. He'll have a green light, and if he has a red light, he's going to run through it. And you just have to be ready for that now as a defense.
1-0 pitch misses outside once again, missing with that slider on back-to-back pitches. Yeah, he had a great jump and executed everything perfectly. Even if Moss is able to catch that and get it to his hand cleanly, it'd be really tough to throw him out at second based on the jump that he had. 2-0 pitch on its way home to Hughes. There's the breaking ball called strike. Backdoored it in on the lefty hitter. 2-1 now.
And you don't want to give anything up, but if you're Marcus right now, the guy on second doesn't mean anything. Just focus, bear down on the hitter, get some outs, make sure you're throwing strikes again. No freebies here, and just get outs.
2-1. Hit in the air, foul. The stands over to our left. 2-2. You look at the Hawkeye outfield. Sam Peterson in left is as close to the line as we've seen anybody all weekend. With the wind blowing out to left, they say that Hughes has got that opposite field power. Marcus struck him out earlier today, looking for another one right here as the 2-2. Here it comes. On the ground to the right side. Honar's got it. Pops up, throws it over to first. 2 away. Runner advances to third on the backside.
Yeah, good pitch there. And to your point, you could kind of see with Hughes' approach at the plate there, especially with 2 strikes. He was just trying to put it in play, and that's why you saw Petey so close to the line. I don't know if you remember Ichiro would just kind of serve some of those balls up. Good hand-eye coordination, just kind of poke it out that direction. Really looked like what Hughes was trying to do, but then he just rolled over that one right to Honar.
Iowa 4, K-State nothing in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Wildcats have a runner on third with 2 outs. Here's Nick Goodwin, right-handed shortstop for K-State. First pitch misses outside. Hard fastball from Morgan.
And you're probably going to want to be a little careful here. I know I just talked about free bases, but this is the guy that could cut the lead in half in this lineup pretty quickly. So you're going to want to be a little particular.
Good pitch there from Morgan, a breaking ball that started at the hands and dropped right into the zone. Goodwin, he didn't like it, so he didn't swing at it, but it was a called strike, 1-1.
And that's really, if you're Marcus, that's how you're going to want to approach this, is I'm going to throw my pitch, and I'm not going to give in here.
Yeah. Accept the challenge. 1-1. Way outside, gets by Moss. Here comes the runner, and he is going to score. K-State is on the board on the wild pitch.
We've seen a couple of those get to the backstop before, and Marcus is just almost holding on to those balls a little bit longer. The ones that got to the backstop earlier in the game, there were no runners on, so no harm done. Obviously, big harm done there with the runner on third.
Kind of gave the Wildcats a run there. Goodwin swings through the next pitch. Now 2-2.
And when you've got Marcus's velocity, if you cross the catcher up at all, it's really difficult for Cade to make that play.
And Marcus comes back with a couple of strong pitches to strike out Goodwin. Got him to swing over the top of that breaking ball. K-State, they get on the board with 1 run in the bottom of the 3rd. It's Iowa 4, K-State 1. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, Avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Iowa leading Kansas State as we get to the top of the fourth inning. Score is 4-1. Hawks on top of the Wildcats. 7-8-9 coming up for the black and gold. Rather 8-9-1. Frazier will lead things off for the Hawks. He struck out back in the second. Iowa wearing their Sunday golds, the script Iowa in black spelled out across the chest. Sharp-looking uniforms for Iowa today. Frazier swings at the first pitch, hits it foul. He hit it off his own foot. That's why.
Yeah, the ball ended up sneaking its way back to fair, but Iowa's done a tough job on some of those breaking balls. They beat it right down off their own feet instead. Yeah, the traditional gold is hard to beat. It's pretty sharp.
Frazier lays off the next pitch, but it's a called strike up in the zone.
Yeah, we haven't seen the belt-high strike called a lot this weekend, but that one painted the inside and got it.
0-2, swing and a miss. Frazier goes down to begin the fourth. So back-to-back strikeouts now for Fajardo. He's trying to settle in.
Yeah, just based on how they've used him in his career, and this year, he's up over 60 pitches now. It'll be interesting to see if he can get through another one or if this is it for him.
Cade Moss is the batter. First pitch is outside, ball one. We were sort of talking earlier about if K-State was angling towards maybe a bullpen game. You never really know when you get to Sundays, as Moss lines this one into left field. He's got a base hit in front of the left fielder. Good job by Cade Moss, the Hawkeye catcher, to get things going with one out in the fourth.
Well, they got a good outing Friday from their starter. We believe it was Borma. He got in pretty deep into the game. I think he threw 6 innings against LSU. Starter yesterday from Iowa, actually, that pitched for Kansas State. He only got 3 1/3. He faced that Sam team that we did, and kind of had the same experience. Gave up 10 hits. So they really worked their bullpen yesterday. I'm sure they'd like to get 4 or 5 innings out of Fajardo here.
Top of the order for Iowa in Michael Seegers, watching the first pitch go by him for a called strike on the inside corner. Runner on first with 1 out. Iowa leading 4-1 in the top of the fourth. Next pitch is low and in, 1-1.
Yeah, and particularly now, you start seeing it's early in the season. He's thrown more pitches than he's accustomed to. You really want to be, ahead 2-0. Pick your spot. Know where you want it.
Seegers on an attempted hit and run fouls it back to the screen. 1-2.
And then Coach Heller screws up my strategy, and Michael's got to swing at a ball that's almost in the dirt to protect Cade Moss running down to second.
Boy, he really went after that one, just barely get a piece of it. Maybe it would have been better to not hit that if it was going to be so low, and Cade could have got over there to second. He stays put this time. Seegers check swing. They'll say that he went around, and Michael's down on strikes. We think about Fajardo's start here, how different it could have been had K-State caught that ball from Keaton Anthony with 2 outs in the first inning, that pop-up into the outfield, right?
Yeah, he got no help in the first inning, had to face a couple more batters than he needed to. And so, it changed the way the game felt, and not only with that, but also then, you force him to throw 10 more pitches to get through the inning, 10 or 12 more pitches. And that's a big deal when you're talking about 60, 70 pitches in a game.
Moss stands on first. Fajardo's thrown the ball over there a couple of times to make sure that he's not going anywhere. Cade is able to dive back safely twice now. The batter is Raider Tello, singled his last time up in the third. First pitch to Tello. Called strike down the heart of the plate.
new Major League rule, that would be the last time he could throw over to first base with Moss. I suppose he could try again, but if he doesn't pick him off, he's out. College hasn't adopted that part of the rule. We have gone to the pitch clock now.
A one pitch to Tello is high and in, 1-1. 2 away for the Hawks in the top of the fourth, leading 4-1. I'm all right with the pitch clock. It's worked out pretty nicely. We've seen it come into play a couple of times down in Florida. K-State saw it end their game against LSU.
Yeah, we'll see. And it's like anything with an adjustment period. You're gonna have some things that we're going to highlight the things that don't work perfectly.
Of course.
But for the most part, it keeps the game moving nicely. You saw the LSU pitchers yesterday. They were on it. They were ready to throw almost too quickly.
Again, Tello with great eyesight here as he's watched pitches out of the zone go by. 3 balls and a strike to the Hawkeye third baseman. Moss over there at first with 2 away.
And I kind of learned something this morning when Coach Heller was talking to the hitters, and I'll get to it after the pitch to Tello.
3-1, tapped foul down the third base line. Count's now full, so Moss will be going on the pitch.
So the hitter isn't responsible to get into the box until there's 15 seconds left. And so Iowa would have kind of that foot in yesterday, and I believe it was Helmers yesterday when he came in as the reliever for LSU. He was on the mound, and he was ready to zing it sometimes before the pitch clock started, and Coach Heller had a talk with the umpire and kind of, hey, we're all feeling this out.
Moss takes off, pitch missing outside, and so Tello is on with a walk, and here comes Keaton Anthony.
And so the Iowa hitters, especially later in the game, really had to kind of, get that 1 foot in and make sure they kept that 1 foot out. Iowa, Coach Heller talks about the 15-second funnel all the time, trying not to concentrate for the whole 3 hours of a baseball game, but for that 15 seconds of what's your trigger, what gets you in there, and again, Iowa's approach yesterday as they got into that was very, very good.
Anthony stands in. Runners on first and second. Opportunity to do some more damage for the Hawks. Up 4-1 in the fourth. 2 away. A 1 pitch. Anthony pops it up again, this time on the infield. First baseman runs forward, back into the field of play where he makes the catch. And Anthony a bit frustrated with his at-bat there as he pops up to the first baseman. Ending the top of the fourth inning, the Hawks are leading K-State 4-1. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong Team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Bottom of the fourth inning, Iowa leading Kansas State 4-1. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification, 10 seconds for station ID. This is Iowa Hawkeye Baseball. John Evans and John Leo at the finale in Round Rock, at the Round Rock Classic. Iowa leading K-State 4-1. We've had a fun weekend. Appreciate the listenership that we've had, whether you're in Iowa City, Des Moines, Mason City, across the great state of Iowa, or listening from anywhere in the country on the Varsity app or the Iowa Hawkeyes YouTube channel. Thank you for tuning in to Iowa Hawkeye Baseball this weekend. We'll have our first home game on Tuesday, Iowa and Loras, before we head back down south to go to Mobile, Alabama next weekend. Marcus Morgan returns to the rubber and fires a first pitch strike past Roberto Pena.
Yeah, the forecast isn't terrible for Tuesday. We might be all right.
Yeah, next pitch missing low and outside 1-1. We looked a couple days ago and it looked maybe dicey.
Yeah, and then you think about how the forecast changed down here, and it is Iowa, so we could change quite a bit by the time we get to Tuesday.
Yeah. There is a sort of a temperature cutoff, but I think we're clear for that. Playing some home baseball in late February. How about that?
And that probably brings up an interesting point as he fouls it back to the screen. We talked yesterday as Brody left the mound. He and the umpire, home plate umpire, had a conversation, and it might have been a one-way conversation on Brody's part, and then it was a "you're ejected" part.
This is hit on the ground to Seegers at short. He's got a beat on it, throws it across to DeRiggi, who holds his foot on the bag, out number 1.
And you might think, well, okay, you just ejected a pitcher that was already out of the game. Who cares? Well, the who cares part in college baseball is Brody's now suspended for 4 games. And so
automatically from the NCAA.
Yeah,
It's not an Iowa thing. It's
automatically suspended for 4 games. So the midweek game becomes important because now you're talking about today's game counts 1, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. That allows you to flip your rotation. Marcus can pitch Saturday. Brody can pitch on Sunday. If you don't get the midweek game in, there's some question as to whether it's scheduled games or not.
Right.
But then whether Brody could pitch at all next weekend.
Lotus is the batter, and the count is even at 1-1. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning, Iowa leading K-State 4-1. Morgan ready with the next pitch to the Wildcat first baseman, inside 2-1. Not necessarily a funny situation, but we were joking about it because we were confused why Brody was running yesterday from the Iowa dugout on the first base side and had to exit out towards left field. 2-1 pitch, catches the outside corner, 2-2. We weren't really sure what was going on. It was not an emphatic ejection or anything like that. So it was just.
And that's, Brody didn't do, Brody wasn't slamming his hat. Glove wasn't being tossed. He wasn't yelling at the umpire. He looked over. He made a comment that the umpire didn't appreciate and got sent for a walk. And the umpire wasn't aggressive about it either.
3-2 pitch to Lotus, misses outside, and so he's on with a walk in the K-State 4th.
But yeah, I was talking to our team host here this weekend, and I was talking to him this morning before the game, and he said, they wouldn't even let Brody had to exit all team areas, so he couldn't even go to the bullpen to get his stuff, and he couldn't go in the clubhouse then either. And so team host went and grabbed his stuff, and it was a pretty interesting development. And I guess we learned a lesson that we didn't know, and Brody will learn from that as well. And I know the coaches have talked about, we haven't exactly been necessarily tickled with the umpiring, but there's just certain things you can't do.
Yeah, and I don't think that Brody can. I don't think he's here today. I don't think he can be.
Well, so he of course he rode the bus over. And then that was kind of I actually asked if he wanted to come up with us.
That'd have been something, huh?
Be the third guy up here. So yeah, he's not in the clubhouse. He's not in the bullpen or the dugout. My guess is talking to his dad yesterday at the hotel. Marcus just got called for a balk. We're going to send the runner down to. He's probably watching the game with his dad somewhere.
Yeah.
And hopefully a little incognito so that because yesterday after he ends up in the concourse. Of course, it's Brody, and there's a chance at Major League, and he was getting autograph hounded a little yesterday.
Yeah.
So.
Finally ready for the first pitch here to Queck after a couple of checks on the runner at first and then the balk. Lotus stands at second with 1 out, bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch to Queck is outside, 1-0. Morgan's got to come back in with a strike here after walking Lotus. They're going to check on the runner at second, and they throw it into center field. Lotus will take off for third now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the type of thing that this hurts you. And I mean, I know, of course, that's obvious, but, when you're struggling with command and you have the lead, more importantly, there's no reason to sweat this out. Go get the bottom of the order. Go get outs at the bottom of the order, and that guy won't matter. He won't score, but now you've put him in scoring position with 1 out.
1-0 pitch is outside 2-0. Yeah, this has been self-induced problem here with the walk and then the balk and then.
Yeah, you walk him, and you throw it into center field, and now he's 90 feet away from cutting your lead to 2.
Morgan ready with the 2-0. This one is outside, ball 3. Seeing a little bit of movement out there in the Hawkeye bullpen in right field. I'd like to see Marcus at least get through this inning. Got bigger plans for him today. 3-0 pitch on its way to Queck. Outside, ball 4.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right now he's not particularly close. You're not giving the umpire any reason to call a strike, and you're not giving the batter any reason to want to swing at it.
So that'll prompt pitching coach Sean McGrath to come out of the first base dugout, go have a talk with the Hawkeye pitcher and infielders. Runners on the corner for K-State in the bottom of the 4th. Iowa leading 4-1.
Sorry about that. I was just so excited about Iowa corn. I cut you off. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn.
Relatively quick mound visit right there. We'll see if that does the trick for Marcus Morgan, who's walked back-to-back batters now.
And I think the nice part was they'd kind of had Marcus figured out a little bit where it was just a little bit of mechanical. So hopefully there's just some little tweak here, some confidence level to get him back to right down the middle on a breaking ball there for a strike.
Yeah, good start there to the 7-hitter Brady Day. He did double earlier this afternoon.
And you see where Petey is now in left.
Yep.
That's about where that ball landed.
That's right. Closer to the line is the Hawkeye left fielder. 0-1 pitch from Morgan. Way inside, 1-1.
I went back tried to kind of do that back foot breaking ball again, but just pulled it a little bit too far inside.
We talked about Morgan pitching to contact. You could really use a ground ball up the middle here to let the Hawkeye middle infielders turn a double play. Here's a swing and a miss. We'll take that 2. It's 1-2 now to Day.
Yeah, I think you saw a bunch of those in the first 3 or 4 innings against Quinnipiac last week on Sunday for Marcus, where the Hawk defense rolled some double plays and was helped clean up some of those base runners.
About a strikeout here, Marcus. This is a line drive off Atello's glove. Runner will advance to second. No throw over to first. Runner holds at third. Great effort there by Rader. He dove hard to his left. Full extension. Couldn't quite come up with it, but he knocked it down, kept it on the infield. No runs across for K-State.
Well, yeah, what he ended up doing there was he at least for now, saved a run because third base runner was kind of frozen there, and rightfully so. You know, he couldn't take off because Tello made a great play, and then he couldn't quite pick up where the ball went, and Seegers was quick on it, and he had to stay there at third base.
Bases loaded, and umpires called time now. Bases loaded for the Wildcats. In the bottom of the 4th, 1 away. Iowa leading 4-1. Here is Pelletier now. Stands in from the left side. First pitch from Morgan. On the ground to the right side. Foul. Just foul. That would have been trouble. It got by DeRiggi in the corner.
Yeah, that was far enough foul, but boy, it was pretty tight. Hawks had one earlier that I was hoping would stay fair because DeRiggi was right on top of it. That one, on the other hand, was that would have been a handful.
Morgan set. Here it comes. This is lined foul to the left side. Out of play just to our left. 0-2 now. Morgan has a few strikeouts today. He's got 3 of them. 4, rather. He's got 4 strikeouts. Use number 5 right here with the bases loaded. On the ground to the right side, base hit. 1 run is in. They're going to wave in a second. Here he comes. Ball's cut off. 2 runs have scored for K-State. And just like that, they're back in it. Iowa's lead cut to 1 now. It's 4-3.
And both of those runners are walked. I mean, that's we talked a little bit about it before the game. You'd mentioned that the K-State guys, the radio guys, were kind of thinking, their pathway to win was a high-scoring game, and I kind of said something about, well, the only way we get to a high-scoring game is if Iowa gives free bases, and unfortunately we've seen a little bit of that right now, and before we get to the top of the order, Iowa needs to get it cleaned up here.
And it looks like it's going to be somebody else to try to extinguish this inning as Coach Heller is out of the first base dugout. He's headed towards the mound, and the Hawkeyes will make a pitching change here in the bottom of the fourth inning. The Wildcats are striking back. Iowa still leads 4-3, but runners on first and second for K-State with one out in the fourth inning. We'll take a pitching change break. When we come back, we'll give you the lowdown on the new Hawkeye pitcher. Iowa 4, K-State 3. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Pitching change for the Hawkeyes. Iowa goes to the bullpen in the bottom of the fourth inning. Couple of runners on for K-State. First and second with one out. Iowa leading 4-3, but the Wildcats are putting a few things together. Iowa will turn to the bullpen and go with Zach Volker. Zach is a redshirt sophomore right-handed pitcher, 6'2", 215, transferred in from Long Beach State. Saw him earlier this season. A nice job out of the pen for Iowa so far. And Iowa, they knew that whenever Marcus was done, they were going to go to Volker, and he's been steady so far.
Yeah, he's the, he was kind of the guy you knew you could count on. Friday was, or yesterday was, we're going to go with Brody as long as we can, and then we're going to go with Jerry and let Simpson finish it up and be comfortable there. And today was, Marcus is going to go as long as he can go, and then Volker's going to get the ball and go as long as he can. And it's kind of the confidence that Iowa has. Either one of those, you could flip either one of those over and have the other start and have it work out just nicely.
And Volker, in one appearance, a 2.25 ERA through 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned run, but he struck out 6. So Zach's got the stuff. We'll see what he's got this time around.
Hawkeye Baseball is brought to you by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 resorts and more, just minutes south of Iowa City.
All right, well, this game is tightened up. The Hawks were off to a great start, leading 4-0 as we went to the bottom of the third, but the Wildcats put across 1 in the bottom of that third inning. Iowa was held scoreless in the top of the fourth, and then they've given up 2 runs this inning. Just self-induced trouble today with a couple of walks. So we can't close the book on Marcus Morgan yet because the runners on first and second are his. Hopefully Volker can do what he does best and just hold things out here. With Iowa leading by 1, bottom of the fourth. Here's Johnson, bottom of the order, designated hitter, watches the first pitch sail high, ball 1.
And you talked about he's got a little pop, so you can't really mess around here with the wind blowing out to left.
More clouds have moved in to take away the sun for the time being. This is hit on the ground to third. Tello scoops it up onto second for 1. They can't throw it to first for the double play, but Tello does a nice job to get an out in that situation. And now 2 away.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked like Sam got his feet tangled up as he came across second. It was just a little awkward. Didn't really give him a stretch, didn't really give him a good target, and the throw might have caught him a little off balance and a little bit down low, and so Sam did a good job, made the catch, got the out, and leave it to Zach now to try to finish it up with the top of the order here.
Here comes Jones. 1 for 2 today. Runners on first and third for the Wildcats. Bottom of the fourth. First pitch from Volker is a called strike, and they throw it down to second. The run's going to score on the backside. Iowa tags out the runner, headed back to first, but K-State's tied the game because the run scores before the runner is tagged out between first and second. So just like Iowa got LSU yesterday on the double steal, K-State gets one back on us by doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would have been Iowa's plan to go ahead and make that play that way, but we've got a brand new ball game now. We'll tied at 4 here, headed to the 5th. We'll play a 5-inning game.
All right, all of a sudden K-State's tied things up. The 5th inning is up after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth. John Evans, John Leo, deep in the heart of Texas this weekend, wrapping things up at the Round Rock Classic. Iowa and K-State. 4-4, just like that. The Wildcats have tied things up after they played 3 in the 4th. So now we head to the 5th inning, and we're back to the start, all tied up, and going to have to find a way to get the momentum back. K-State played a little bit of small ball there, and taste of our own medicine we got in that inning.
Yeah, 2 walks, 2 singles, a balk, an error. We saw a little bit of everything. That and a stolen base of home, and then a caught stealing. So yeah, it was.
DeRiggy's the batter, down in the count 0-2.
Less than ideal if you're a Hawk fan. 3 1/3 for Marcus, 4 hits, 4 runs allowed. I guess probably worse is the 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, a wild pitch, and a balk. So.
0-2 is waved at and missed. DeRiggy goes down on strikes to lead off the 5th. Wildcats clearly have the momentum right now. The Hawks are going to have to generate some energy. Probably going to have to do it themselves, whether that starts in the dugout or somebody to get things going in the batter's box.
Well, and this is the character check time. It's quiet over there in the first base dugout, and they were bopping around, pretty happy with themselves early. So now they've got to find a way to reignite the energy.
Hucksdorf is all eyes on the first pitch that he sees. It floats in for a called strike, 0-1. Fajardo is in a groove now as Kyle watches this one, miss low and outside, 1-1. Hucksdorf today is 1 for 2 rather, grounded out to short to begin his day in the first, then doubled in the 3rd.
Yeah, drove in a couple runs there on the sharp hit to left. But yeah, that'd be a good guy to get it started. Good speed, so he's the type that could turn a single into more.
2-1 pitch, called strike at the knees. 2-2. Find a way for Kyle to get on in the top of the 5th of a tie ball game. Next pitch, this one just missed. Hucksdorf lays off the off speed.
Yeah, good eye there to stay off that low fastball. Or low breaking ball. Sorry about that.
Full count. Here it comes to Hucksdorf. Taps it into the batter's box. Foul.
Yeah, 76 pitches in total for Marcus. And again, you saw that yesterday with Brody. For them to be the type of starters that they can be, they've just got to clean up some of those extra pitches.
Oh, 3-2 hits Hucksdorf in the helmet. Good thing he's got that thing on.
Yeah, he's got the extra cover to protect his cheek, and boy, it's a darn good thing he's got that one.
So Huckstorf is on. Man, that didn't look like it was going to be that inside. Huckstorf stayed in till the last second and ended up getting hit right in the ear with it. Looks like he's all right.
And again, give the K-State sportsmanship here as Pelletier was on top of him, and Fajardo he wanted no part of that. There was absolutely no intent. He's still kind of looking over, making sure he's all right and going to stay in the game. And so, good on both of them there for keeping track of Huck.
Well, Iowa has a base runner. And here's Peterson. Takes the first pitch. It's a strike on the outside corner. Fajardo still in the 90s with that fastball. Good lead at first. Peterson slices this one right into the net. To the right side, 0-2. Throwing a lot of strikes out there, Fajardo is.
Yeah, actually he's gotten, as opposed to kind of getting tired and missing the zone, he's done a really good job. He's done a really good job with his breaking ball as well, and Iowa didn't know if he had that, and he has today.
No balls, 2 strikes. Peterson lines this one into the left center field gap. It's down for a base hit. Huckstorf rounds second, headed for third, and he's in there. Good job, Sam Peterson. And that could be the spark that the Hawkeyes need to get back on top. Runners on the corners with 1 away in the 5th.
Well, and this becomes now you gotta do your job here now. You got runner on third, less than 2 out. Respond back. If you're K-State, you put up the 3 spot to tie the game. The last thing you want to do is let Iowa answer. So Iowa's going to have to flex a little here and drive in a run as we get a visit. From Coach here.
We'll have to see if K-State's going to go to the bullpen. It would appear as though they are, as Coach Pete Hughes is out. Nice mound visit with his pitcher, Herman Fajardo. And we're looking to wait and see over in left field if somebody pops out of that door, and yes, they do. All right, so we'll have a pitching change. Nice job by Fajardo, but he'll exit the game after the Hawks hit him around a little bit here in this 5th inning. Gets a nice ovation from the K-State crowd as Fajardo's day is done. We'll take a pitching change break, and we'll let you know who the next K-State pitcher is coming up right after this. Top of the 5th inning, Hawks are threatening with runners on the corners and 1 out. It's 4-4. We're back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs, but what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
New pitcher in for Kansas State as Iowa has runners on the corners, 1st and 3rd, with 1 away in the top of the 5th. All tied up with Kansas State 4-4. And the Wildcats pull their pitcher, Herman Fajardo, and go to the bullpen. They'll bring in Ty Rule. Rule is making his 3rd appearance in the early season. He's 1-1. He's got a record of 1-1. ERA of 9 flat. He's thrown 7 innings, given up 11 hits, 7 earned. He's walked 1, struck out 7. Opposing batters are hitting .367 against him. Rule is into the game, a right-handed pitcher for the Wildcats.
And he's going to be a little bit lower speed. He's right around 90, kind of plus or minus there. Really likes his off-speed stuff, though. He's got a slider that's going to be around 85, but the out pitch that he really wants to go to is that changeup. But kind of one of the things that you like to see the thing that makes a changeup really effective is the difference in speed. Obviously, it's called a changeup. His changeup comes in a little firm, a little fast, and it'll be about the same speed as his slider, just a mile an hour or less or so. But see if the Hawks can take some advantage here.
It'll be Honar to see him first. And Sam grounds this one to first base. Foul ball. Foul ball, close play as the first baseman threw it home.
That is not the first base umpire's call. That ball is in front of the first base bag. That's the home plate umpire's call.
Yeah, good point there, John. First base umpire did step in to make that call. And I think we might be okay that he did call that foul.
Huck was safe at the plate.
Yeah, I don't know if the...
There's got to be a tag. He was safe.
Right, I don't know. The urgency was the same after it was called foul, but 0-1. We'll see what Sam can do now. Takes this one, called strike. Outside corner. That looked a little high in the way, but all right, 0-2.
This will be again, now as the hitter, you got a chance to drive in a run. These are the...
This is on the ground of the second baseman. Trouble for two. On to second for one. First to two. Double play. Sam hits into the double play to end the inning. Iowa unable to push any runs across as Rule comes in and gets the job done. Well, I should have taken your word for it because Huck was safe at home on that foul, on that called foul ball, and instead Iowa hits into a double play to end the top of the fifth. Bottom of the fifth coming up, tied at 4. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters. They've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
Zach Volker back on the mound for the Hawkeyes. Bottom of the fifth inning. Tied at 4. Got a new ball game after the Wildcats have gone back-to-back innings plating some runs. They put up 1 in the bottom of the third, 3 in the bottom of the fourth to chase Marcus Morgan out of the game.
If we're going to be stuck talking about good things about Kansas State, I had a chance to talk to Coach Hughes earlier in the week and asked about a neat thing that they do at K-State. It's called 19 Ways, and it got to 19 Ways because 19 was his mom's favorite number, and they do 19 charitable things through their community over the course of a calendar year, and just a pretty neat thing, ranging from little things to big things. They take applications from the community, but pretty cool deal that they're doing down there in Kansas State.
Yeah. Top of the order, Brendan Jones is up now, taking the first pitch for a called strike on the outside corner from Volker. The windup in the 0-1 on its way home. On the ground, base hit to the right side. Leadoff man is on for Jones with a single. I think when you look at K-State as just a program, it feels like there's some similarities to Iowa. Kansas is a state that don't have a ton of pro sports there. They're proud of KU and K-State, the fans down there, hard-nosed folks, and you just feel maybe some similarities. I guess I don't have a ton to go off of that. It just feels like that would be the case.
Yeah, exactly. Before we get too far, Jones is going to steal second base, or at least he's going to try.
You're gonna call for it. First pitch from Volker is high. Ball 1. Change up from Zach, just missed.
But yeah, you're exactly right. And then trying to find, talking to Coach Hughes, trying to find midweek games.
Yeah.
There's no Division I program close that's gonna play them. Wichita State's not gonna play them very often.
Right.
they're not going to get Missouri to play them very often, and so they've got big drives because they've been on the road now for almost 2 weeks.
Right. Brutal. 1-0 pitch to Hughes, not yet, as they check on the runner over there at first. Iowa and K-State have played 26 times. K-State's got the series advantage 17-9, but the last time these two teams met was 2017. The Hawks won it in 11 innings at Dwayne Banks, 12-11.
Ooh, let's not see that again.
Currently 4-4, bottom of the fifth. Next pitch from Volker is high, 2-0. Hawkeye pitching staff this weekend, they've thrown a lot of pitches, John.
Yeah, that's, the first weekend they were pretty clean, limited the walks, did a really nice job. Even Friday night.
Runner goes, 2-0 pitch is a called strike, throw down to second, not in time, and bobbled a bit by Seegers. So, you called it, John. He stole second base right there, and just like that, the Wildcats have a runner in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the fifth. Tie game 4-4.
Yeah, got the strike call, so it's 2-1. But yeah, Friday night, Hawk pitchers threw strikes. Bearcat hitters were just better and got a lot of hits. And then yesterday, didn't give up a lot of hits, but gave up a lot of free bases.
Volker's 2-1 fouled back to the net.
And you've seen a little bit more. Kansas State starting to add up some hits here with 5, but Hawks have also helped them out quite a bit with the 3 walks, and there wasn't a hit by pitch, but the 3 walks have caused the problem.
See what Volker can come up with on the 2-2. Here it comes. Tapped foul in on the hands towards the Iowa dugout. First base side. Still looking for a clean inning, right? We've kind of harped on that a little bit this weekend. We had one to start the bottom of the first, but since then, K-State's been able to manufacture a few base runners.
Yep, cause trouble and just make it generally difficult for the Hawkeye pitchers.
2 balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, again, foul to the right side. Staying alive. Long at bat here for Hughes, the left fielder.
Volker pitched with, he was a Long Beach State transfer, but he pitched with Langenberg out in the Cape this summer, and really kind of came into his own and maybe thought was going to be a Saturday starter. So he's got a good live arm. We just need him to buckle up here.
2-2, fouled back again. Good battle going here. Volker and Hughes. Hughes is the son, the head coach. Back into the lineup. Volker looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it, feels it, deals it, popped up left center field. Huckstorf moving over into the gap in left center where he'll grab it. Runner tags from second to third and does so quickly and safely. So runner at third now for K-State with 1 away in the bottom of the fifth. Chance for them to take the lead.
Yeah, and that shows his speed because that ball is hit to left center field. It's reasonably deep, but it's still left center field, and he tagged and went from second to third. And even had the throw been online, it wouldn't have been close. Yeah. He was going to make it easy.
Defensively, the Hawks will bring the infield in against Nick Goodwin with the runner on third and 1 out. Volker ready, and the pitch fouled back to the screen to the right, 0-1. Well, middle innings, key part of the game one way or another. Iowa had their chance in the top of the fifth. K-State's got a chance now with a runner on third and 1 out. Goodwin, swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Volker at 94.
Well, and you heard Hawkeye coaching staff talk about it too. One of the things that made them most proud about yesterday was they took the lead and they didn't quit. They kept adding to the lead and really tried to put it away. And what you saw here is that one misses outside was Iowa had the lead, and they've now let Kansas State crawl back into it because they didn't put their chance away. Went quietly in the fourth, didn't put their chance away in the fifth.
For a strikeout pitch here from Volker, 1-2, the wind and the delivery. just outside, 2-2. Did miss the plate. I'm just surprised Goodwin didn't swing at that, but he trusted that there was going to be enough break to take it out of the zone there.
Yeah, Hawk fans wanted the strike, but it was a breaking ball that missed wide, and Goodwin had good plate discipline and held off.
2-2 on its way. Outside, 3-2 now. So now Volker's got to come home with a full count pitch. Here it is to Goodwin. Swing and a miss. He got him. Yes, sir. 95 at the letters.
Good punch out there. Huge out there as that'll bring up Pena in the cleanup spot. But we did have a change. Chase Mosley came into right field for Frazier. So not sure what caused the mid-inning change there, but we've got a new right fielder in Mosley.
Yeah, that one got by us. Missed that. Chase seeing his first action of the weekend. Kirkwood transfer. We'll see what he can do. Great hitter. 2 outs now for K-State. This is a roller on the ground to second. Honar's got it over to first, and we got him. Good job by the pitching staff. Volker does a great job to leave that runner over there at third and get out of trouble.
Huge answer. I mean, obviously Jones, when he got on first, you kind of knew his job, and he does his job really well, is to put a ton of pressure on the pitching staff, and he did it. He moved over to third with less than 2 out, and Volker came in, got the strikeout and the slow roller ground out.
All right, moving along to the 6th inning, tied at 4. We'll see what the Hawkeye Bats can do. Coming up right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans, John Leo at Dell Diamond for the top of the 6th inning. Iowa 4, K-State 4. We'll get our first look at Chase Mosley, inserted into the game in the 5th inning defensively. And he will lead off the Hawkeye 6th. Kirkwood transfer, standing in from the right side. With an open stance, first pitch is a ball, low and in. Mosley does a nice job to lay off that one. First action of the weekend for Chase. 1-0 pitch, got the hips moving, but laid off 2-0.
And Chase, outstanding junior college hitter, and Iowa's had some success with those outstanding junior college hitters. See if Chase can be next in line for that.
Grounds that foul into the K-State dugout.
He's made an adjustment, 0 for 7 last weekend. Did walk and drive in a run.
Takes this one for a called strike right around the letters. Yeah, as you're mentioning, at Kirkwood, he was a .464 hitter. Hit 21 home runs.
Yeah, so, I mean, he'll get it figured out at this level.
Hits this one in the air to right. Wind will keep it in play, but the right fielder is underneath of it to make the catch. That's Quack, one away.
The speed of the game is different. Obviously, the pitching is considerably different. So he'll get there. It'll just take a little time. He battled. He didn't really get the full experience, as he had to kind of battle through some injury when he originally got here, and so they let him get healthy and let him get all the way there, and so he's just kind of getting up to speed.
9-hitter Cade Moss is in there and watches a Called strike on the inside corner. Moss got a single back in the fourth.
He drove in the run with a safety squeeze, too.
Oh, 1 is just outside 1-1. Yeah, Cade's had a productive day. He's done a nice job behind the plate as well. 1-1, here it comes. He fouled that off his ankle. Boy, the Hawks are doing that at an alarming clip today. That's about the second or third one we've seen, John.
Good news is it's Sunday.
Yeah.
Bad news is I guess we're going to play a game on Tuesday when it's cold. So we'll have a little bit of time to heal, and Jake will get his money's worth with the ice bags.
Looks like Cade's all right. Steps back into the box as he grips the black bat that's got highlighter yellow on it as well. Moss will watch this one miss just outside, 2-2. 4-4 is our score in the top of the sixth inning. Iowa got the first 4. K-State's got the last 4. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch fouled back to the screen.
We talked about how many innings we were going to get out of Fajardo. Rule's a guy who can go. It's going to be a lot like Volker. You know, you could see both of these guys pitch deep into the game as long as they're having success.
2-2, mashed past Coach Heller down there in the third base coach's box.
I mean, this is kind of the ideal for Iowa as they let Rule get 2 outs on just 3 pitches the last time, is to start stretching him out a little bit, make him earn his keep here a little bit, even if he's getting you out. Make him throw a lot of pitches to do it.
Well, just based on his stats, pitches to contact, and teams have been able to do that. As Moss watches this one, it's a called strike on the outside corner, so Cade is retired. Caught looking, 2 away in the Hawkeye 6th, and all of a sudden the past few innings, the Iowa batters have been largely fooled by this K-State staff. But, you know, as we're saying, with Rule, this is his 3rd appearance of the season, an ERA of 9. He's given up 11 hits in 7 innings. So pitches to contact, and usually good contact. So I was just going to have to settle in and figure him out. Seegers is in, top of the order for the Hawks. Strike 1.
Well, I think his 2nd appearance was against Sam Houston, so we kind of know how their approach to hitting is, and so to give up a run or 2 there isn't terribly surprising.
Seegers swings and misses at an 0-1 pitch.
And if it wasn't Sam Houston, it was LSU, and either way is
right. Yeah. Quality teams at the Round Rock Classic. We're glad to be a part of it. The 0-2 on its way home. Seegers line drive, right field, base hit. It's down with 2 outs, and Seegers is on.
Yeah, that's a great piece of hitting. We've talked about it a lot this weekend. You know, Michael is the strong leadoff hitter of taking pitches because he's not afraid to be behind in the count. That one down low, but probably on the lower half of the strike zone. And he went down with it and just kind of served it over the second baseman's head into right field. Didn't try to do too much with it, just tried to poke it out there and got a 2-out hit.
Coach Heller in pregame talked about maybe getting a chance to steal some bases in today's game. They feel like they haven't done enough of that yet. Tello is the batter. Seegers has the speed over there at first. And Rule will keep a close eye on him. The count's 1-0 to Tello with 2 outs. Runner on first, top of the 6th. Next pitch to Raiders. Swing and a miss. He was headed to hit that one to the hill in left, but he came up empty.
Rule tends to be relatively quick to the plate, but the thing with him is he likes that changeup. So if you get the count you want, Seegers might have a chance to steal second base.
Seegers is going. Pitches low and outside. Throw down to second. He is in time. They got him. Got him at second. An outstanding throw by the catcher because that pitch was low and outside. He put it right on the money. And hold on a minute. They might have to ask for a review. The officials, the umpires rather, have stopped, and they're bringing back K-State out onto the field. Hold on a minute. Let's see what's going on here. Would have been the 3rd out of the inning, and the umpires have said they are going to review this.
Seegers is telling the dugout that the tag actually got him up on the shoulder and missed his arm, so we'll see. The Coach Heller said to tell right away if and if you're 100% sure, don't sell it. But now we're here in the sixth inning. But first, heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Don't let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, you want expert care from the specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC or call 319-356-7102. They punched him out pretty quick.
Yeah, the review is complete. Seegers is caught stealing. He's out at second, and that ends the top of the sixth. All right, the Hawkeye defense and pitching will have to hold the Wildcats. Bottom of the sixth coming up. Iowa 4, K-State 4. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Returns back to the mound. Zach Volker out on the field. 4-4 in the bottom of the sixth inning. Back in Iowa City, it's halftime. The Iowa women leading the Indiana women 40-39 at the break. Hawkeyes and Hoosiers. Hoosiers ranked second in the country. Iowa ranked sixth. Caitlin Clark has 16 points on 6 of 12 shooting. She's got 6 assists and 4 rebounds. So Iowa up by 1 at halftime. Great day in Iowa City. Trying to match it here with a great day for Hawkeye baseball down in Round Rock, Texas. Tied up with K-State in the bottom of the sixth, 4 apiece. Here's Volker's first pitch to Lotus. Swing and a miss. Good start.
Just a quick touch on the replay now. So each coach gets 2 challenges. So Coach Heller losing that challenge now since he was wrong on or didn't get the overturn.
Yep, just got 1 to work with. You think, okay, this is relatively late in the game. You think it's worth a shot with Tello hitting pretty well. You maybe get Seegers up to second. Worth a shot, I suppose.
Yeah, and if Michael looks over and tells you he thinks he was safe, you go ahead and do it at that point.
Yeah. 1-2 is the count to Lotus. Volker just missing high and outside. Trying to get a spark back into Iowa. Feels like this game has turned into a blend of the first 2 that we've seen down here. 1-2 from Volker. Here it comes. Drops low and outside, 2-2. The game started aggressive for Iowa, getting the first 4 runs, but K-State's battled back and tied things up.
Yeah, K-State pitching's kind of started to rule the day on that half of it for sure. No pun intended with the pitcher.
2-2. Fouled back. Just got a piece of it.
And the funny story with Zach, Zach was kind of the unknown soldier on our trip here Wednesday as he lost his wallet on the bus to Chicago and made the trip through Midway Airport a little more interesting when you don't have photo identification.
One thing to check when you get on the bus, right? 2-2, called third strike. Nice job. Zach Volker with the strike out on the outside corner.
Nice job by our busing company to go ahead and get it shipped to him, though.
Does he have it back?
Yeah, he does have it back, so it'll be a little bit easier for him to get home as opposed to getting down here.
Always a little something, isn't there?
Yeah.
These early season road trips.
Gotta get the action.
All right, 1 away in the bottom of the sixth. Here comes Queck. He's walked his first 2 times up. Swings for the fences on that one, comes up empty 0-1.
Yeah, and this is a guy with 2 at-bats on the season, and Iowa just hasn't done anything with him, and so you just got to attack him and see if he's got something in his bat.
Well, he appears to on that one as he sends Hucksdorf back to deep center. Kyle's back there, dives, can't come up with it. Off the wall, Queck is around second, headed for third. Here comes the throw. They'll let it go to Tello, but Queck is in there with a 1-out triple.
I take it back. We didn't have to challenge him and see if he had anything in his bat.
Yeah, he got a hold of that one and went to the deepest part of the park, the 407 sign in just left of center. Hucksdorf dove for it onto the track, was a little bit slow to get up. Looks like he's okay, but just out of the outstretched glove of Hucksdorf. And so now just like that, K-State's got a runner at third with 1 out, bringing the Hawkeye infield in.
Yeah, Huck was doing everything he can to make it on SportsCenter again with that one, because that was an outstanding all-out effort. Just couldn't get there.
Here's Day. He's 2 for 2 this afternoon. First pitch to him called strike, high and outside corner. Day, left-handed batter, doubled in the second, singled in the fourth. Volker with the runner on third will work out of the windup. 0-1 is on its way home. Popped up to center field. This will be deep enough. Hucksdorf is under it. He's got it. Here comes the throw all the way in, and it is just late. K-State's got the lead, 5-4.
Okay, ballooned that throw just a touch, and then got a terrible hop off the seam as the ball just kind of bounced straight up in the air. And Queck didn't make the most graceful head-first slide into home plate, but I was kind of wondering if Cade shouldn't go ahead and put the tag on him, that maybe he missed the plate, but umpire called him safe and saved Cade the hassle of chasing him.
Well, Iowa's got their work cut out for them now. Bottom of the 6th inning in K-State. They've scored the last 5 runs in this game to take the 5-4 lead. Here's Pelletier. First pitch from Volker is outside, ball 1. Nobody up in the Hawkeye pen. Zach's done a nice job. Just giving up that triple, though. The extra base hit put the Wildcats in position to take the lead, and they have. 1-0 pitch from Volker, way inside 2-0.
Yeah, he was able to pitch around the 1-out runner on third base last inning, but again, you keep playing with matches, and eventually bad things are going to happen.
Yeah. 2 outs, bases empty. 2-0 pitch from Zach. Called strike on the outside corner. Iowa trailing now 5-4, and the Hawks will have Tello, Anthony, and DeRiggi coming to the plate in the 7th when we get there. Here's the 2-1 from Volker. There it is. Called strike again, 2-2.
And Coach Heller mentioned to you in pregame, it's the race to 6. Well, Iowa now is what looked like a pretty commanding lead in the race to 6, and now they're gonna lose it, and hopefully it's just 5-4 here.
This one popped up right side, foul territory, but moving its way back into near the line where DeRiggi is there to make the challenging catch. He made it look easy though, and that's the 3rd out of the inning as Pelletier pops out to Brennan over there at first. All right, well, Iowa's going to have to come back in this one, trailing as we head to the 7th inning. It's K-State 5, Iowa 4. Back right after this, you're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
Already in the top of the 7th inning from the finale in Round Rock today, but Iowa's down to K-State 5-4. Looking for a little bit of a comeback here in the late innings. And in the meantime, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds for station ID. It's Iowa Hawkeye baseball. It'll be Raider Tello to lead things off for Iowa in the 7th after he was in the batter's box when Michael Seegers got caught stealing to end the 6th. So Iowa down 5-4 now. Still facing Rule out of the K-State bullpen. Good part of the order, though, coming up with Tello, Anthony, and DeRiggi. Tello fouls the first pitch back to the screen to the right.
Yeah, Ty's been very good so far in his work, just giving up a hit and done it very efficiently, having just thrown the 20 pitches so far.
0-1, Tello takes this one, fastball down the middle. 0-2 now. Hawkeye hitters are 4 of 6 today with 2 strikes. Tello taps this right back to the pitcher. Thrown down to first. 1 away in the Hawkeye 7th. So just I bring up that great stat that Iowa is doing a good job with 2 strikes. We had somebody from the press box come in and let us know that.
Really?
Yeah. We get to a 2-strike count, but unable to do anything with it. And you had sort of mentioned that a little bit about yesterday's game. The 2-strike, 2-out hitting for Iowa has been pretty good, complete at bats. Here's Anthony. Backs way up off the plate as that one almost caught him on the belt. 1-0.
Yeah, Keaton hasn't really had his normal day. See if he can find a groove here.
Gets it started, but doesn't swing at it. Called strike 1-1. And it's going to have to be either a long fly to tie this one up or string some things together. The 1-1 to Anthony. Swing and a miss. So now 2 strikes again on a Hawkeye hitter. The 1-2 on its way home. This one is fair down the third baseline. Anthony's going to have extra bases. Rounding first, headed for second. Keaton's in there with a 1-out stand-up double as he golfed that one into the corner. Good job, Keaton.
That was, I mean, I'm amazed how far the left fielder had to go on Keaton. I mean, I know he likes to hit it to right field. Shows a lot of power to right field, but boy, they showed no respect that he was going to pull it down the line, and that was just an easy double once he got rolling out there with the left fielder basically playing out in left center.
And there we go, a good start to the 7th. Anthony's on second. Infield is shifted again like they have all game for DeRiggi with 3 infielders on the right side of the second base bag. First pitch to Brennan, called strike at the knees. That's a tough pitch right there. A slider that started out, broke back in. You don't really want a lot to do with that. Runner on second, 1 out in the Hawkeye 7th, down by 1. Pitch to DeRiggi. Swing and a miss. He missed that one.
Yeah, Rule really had his number on DeRiggi's last at bat. Brennan had better at bats against Fajardo, but he's going to have to find a way here with 2 strikes now.
Outfield playing deep, especially relative to the first couple of days. 0-2 pitch to DeRiggi. This one in the air to center. Center fielder moving back and over a little bit. Anthony will tag after the center fielder makes the catch. Throw into third. Not in time. Keaton advances to second, and it'll come down to Kyle Huckstorf to bring in Keaton, who stands there on third.
Hey, that's a lot of things, though, because you do now take some pitches out of the toolbox for Rule. He can't really throw that low breaking ball as low because, you put a lot of trust in your catcher to make sure he blocks it, because any wild pitch, any pass ball, and we get a tie game here.
Rule's first pitch to Huckstorf. Low and outside. Good stop by the catcher Pelletier. Yeah, we could use one of those sloppy plays from K-State that we saw earlier in the game. Rule comes set with the 1-0 to Kyle. Low and outside again, 2-0.
Yeah, just as I say, he's going to shy away from working the low part of the zone. Hasn't bounced either one of them, but he hasn't given his catcher a lot of room.
2-0 hitters count. Got to be in the right spot. Kyle takes it inside, gets by the catcher. Here comes Anthony. We are tied. You called it, Johnny.
Sometimes you get lucky.
That's a pass ball right there. That one wasn't even in the dirt. That was just inside, wasn't it?
I think he just crossed him up. You know, he'd been center away, and all of a sudden he lost it inside. Maybe Pelletier got a little lazy coming in to catch it, and just didn't quite get all the way over there. And catcher's mitts aren't very forgiving when you miss one.
3 balls and no strikes, and now a 4-pitch walk as Hucksdorf lets it go. We're tied at 5.
Hey, Hawk fans in the crowd, there's a little bit more interest again. It perked up a little bit. And obviously not the same crowd we had with LSU, but there's a good purple crowd here, and there's a good Hawk contingent here as well.
Good to see 2 northern teams competing down here in Texas. Quality tournament this weekend. Now runner on first is Hucksdorf. Here's Peterson. Whoa, Peterson swings and misses. Well, he had his eyes on that left field foul pole over there.
Boy, after a 4-pitch walk, I'm not sure I love that. But if you get the pitch you wanted and, it was in your zone and he didn't get cheated, I'll give him that.
Swings at the next pitch, popped up, foul territory, right side. Looks like it might be in play. The catcher moves over. The first baseman is there to grab it. And the Hawks are extinguished there. They tie it up. We've popped out to the right side quite a bit today.
Absolutely.
All right, well, we're tied up once again, 5-5. Time to stretch things out here in Round Rock. We're back for the bottom of the 7th right after this. Listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans, John Leo at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. The last game of the weekend for Iowa. They're 1-1 on the weekend, trying to get to 2-1 to make it a successful trip down south. We've got Loris on Tuesday afternoon at home at Dwayne Banks. Before Friday, Saturday, Sunday down in Mobile, Alabama at the South Alabama Invitational. The Hawks will play Southern, South Alabama, and Pepperdine down there when we get there. Business to tend to this afternoon, though, to finish this one up. Bottom of the 7th inning, all tied up with Kansas State. K-State picked to finish 7th in the Big 12, but they have higher expectations than that in Manhattan. As we talked to the play-by-play voice of K-State baseball earlier, you've got those teams in Texas that are obviously pretty good, TCU, Texas, and Texas Tech, but K-State feels like they can compete with the top half of the conference. Cole Johnson will lead things off in the bottom of the 7th for the Wildcats. Volker back out there for Iowa, just missing low and outside. The sun has come back out. It was cloudy for the middle innings, but when the sun was out in the first 3 innings, that's when the Hawks did their damage, so maybe they're a little superstitious there. 1-0, hit on the ground to Seegers at short. He vacuums it in, sends it over to first for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, I like the way you're thinking there. Bring the sun out, bring a little Hawkeye Mo going back here.
Yeah.
So there's 2 Iowa hooks to the Kansas State team that I was able to find when I talked to Coach Hughes, and obviously the first one's easy. You've got Jackson Wentworth, pitched yesterday. He's from Central Iowa. Some of our guys have played with him, but we'll get to it after this Volker pitch.
Top of the order in Jones now. Hits this one on the ground to the right side. Honar dives, stops it, but as we know, Jones has that speed, so he blazes down the first base line. He's on with a single. Good job there by Sam to keep it on the infield.
So Coach Hughes is an East Coast guy. He was a Boston area guy, and he went to Boston College High School. And he was quarterback for Boston College High School back in the day, and his center at the time on the Boston College High School was Chris Doyle, and he remains one of Chris Doyle's best friends. So
how about that connection? We found a connection with each of the teams that we've played down here this weekend, right?
Yep, and as we talked about Sam Houston, that was the only player they had on their roster that wasn't from Texas, was actually from Iowa, even though he didn't travel here this time.
Mm-hmm. Iowans everywhere, right?
For sure.
Here comes Hughes. He's 0 for 3 today. On first is Jones. Stolen base this afternoon. Got to keep an eye on him. Even if you do keep an eye on him, that might not be good enough. He's just got that much speed.
Yeah, again, I'll be, especially if they get a count where there might be a hit and run chance or just straight steal, he'll be going again, I would guess.
1-0 is the count. Swing and a miss from Hughes. He pulled his head, was looking down the right field line. No contact there. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out in the K-State 7th. Tied at 5.
Actually stolen 2 bases here so far, and wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get into scoring position, and especially with Goodwin on deck as well.
Good part of the K-State order. Do a lot of damage with this top 5, but when you look at the bottom of the order, I guess that's where the runs have been scored. Here's Hughes standing in. The 1-1 on its way. Popped up right side. Shallow right. And actually, Honar will call everybody off and make the grab as he backpedals towards Chase Mosley out and right. 2 away.
Yeah, there's just nothing easy about a pop-up right now. As we kind of jokingly alluded to, you've got sun peeking in and out. You've got a weird gray-white, dark gray, light gray, just a real multicolored sky. And that baseball gets high up into it, and then you add in a 10-mile-an-hour wind pushing it all back out there. There's no gimmies on the pop-ups.
You could have it and then lose it, get it back. Here's Goodwin with 2 away. Check swing, pitch just missing outside, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, tried to get him to chase the breaking ball just off, and I think in his last at bat, you mentioned it, he held off one like that. He's really shown good discipline for a guy that you expect to want to be a hitter.
They'll check on Jones over there at first, dives back safely.
Yeah, Jones is going to test the outfielders. If Goodwin hits any ball that's not right at an outfielder, Jones is going to attack third base and see if he can make a move toward the plate.
Next one to Goodwin, right there, called strike. 1-1. Good job by Zach to even the count.
That was a good belt-high fastball. You don't always get that call in college baseball, but he got it there, and Goodwin laid off of it.
Back in the box against Volker. This one lifted in the air, right center field. Mosley looks like he's got a beat on it, watching it come down, and he reaches up to grab it for the 3rd out of the inning. All right, good job by the Hawkeye pitcher Volker and the defense behind him. To the 8th we go, coming down to it. Iowa 5, K-State 5. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
All right, 8th inning. Here we go. Iowa and K-State tied at 5. It'll be 7, 8, 9 for the Hawkeyes. They come to the plate. Honar will lead things off, followed by Chase Mosley and then Cade Moss.
And then Michael Seegers and then Raider Tello.
There we go. How about that? Yes. Let's put something together here. Put the pressure back on the Wildcats. Iowa scored the first 4 today. K-State would then answer with the next 5 before Iowa tied things up last inning in the 7th. So here's Honar against Rule. First pitch to him, swing and a miss. Honar today singled his first time up, then he struck out and hit into a double play. Lines this one into left field and caught. Sinking liner and hung up just enough for the left fielder Hughes to snag it. One away. Good contact there by Sam.
Boy, a little bit more slice or a little bit wind probably doesn't have a ton of effect on that one. He hit it well, and that's one of those. Okay,
right to him.
Yeah, good scouting report, had him well positioned because that was opposite field, which is completely different than where he's rolled the other ones through.
Here's Mosley.
Ooh.
And that missed somewhere.
Exactly.
1 ball, no strikes with 1 out. Top of the 8th. Next one on its way to Chase. Low and away, 2-0.
No urgency in the K-State bullpen. You had a lot of guys start to get up and stretch, but there's nobody throwing there and nobody throwing in the Iowa pen. So this could be a Rule Volker
duel,
and you know, we're getting late enough that it'll be winner take all, I would guess.
Rule stands on the mound, offset. 2-1 on its way to Mosley. Ripped to the third baseman. A diving stop. Takes his time standing up. Throws to first, and he got him. Good play there at third by Pena.
Boy, if you're, and you know, he's not their normal third baseman. As we talked in the open with Culpepper breaking the bone in his hand. So 2 outstanding plays here on defense, and you know, that's how you win these close Sunday games.
Really have been treated to an outstanding game here today, especially once we got out of that first inning where K-State was a little bit sloppy and Iowa had a sloppy inning along the way too. But other than that, nice competitive game this Sunday afternoon from Round Rock, Texas. Here's Moss down in the count, 0-1. Next one skirts outside, 1-1 to the Hawkeye catcher.
I was probably more of a preference of K-State being sloppy than outstanding.
Yeah. I'd go with that one too. 1-1. Cade drives this one, left center gap. This one is down in between the left fielder and center fielder. Moss will try to turn the corner, but he's got to be held at first. It'll be a 2-out single for Moss, and we'll flip the batting order to the top. Here's Seegers. Boy, I got to say, Cade really put a good swing on that. I thought it was going to go a little bit deeper than it did, but K-State's outfielders are playing so deep that everything's going to be in front of them the rest of the way.
Well, so, and part of that is that's just good baseball. You know, you've got 2 outs. Only thing that's really going to hurt you is an extra base hit. So if your guy's going to get a single in front of you, fine. Give him a single, go cut it off, keep him out of scoring position, especially a catcher who maybe doesn't scare you on the base path. So you play deep and see what happens.
Seegers squares to bunt, pulls it back. The pitch is well outside, ball 1.
Yeah, obviously with 2 outs here, if Michael's squaring, he's squaring for a hit. And got the third baseman back a little, first baseman holding on. So chance with his speed. He had a base hit yesterday that way.
Tello is on deck. I'd like to see maybe if Michael does that. Michael will swing at this one and send it back foul. 1-1 with 2 outs. Top of the 8th inning. We're tied at 5.
So see, you know, Michael last time had 2 strikes on him. Did a really nice job. You know, kind of served one up into right field. See if maybe he could drive one a little bit more this time.
I'll check on the runner at first. Diving back safely is Moss without a tag attempt.
I'm not sure they've chased any other runner back but Moss today.
1-1. Seegers hits it foul to the left side. Good swing on it, but didn't get much of it.
At least he missed his foot this time.
Yeah, no kidding.
Came over the top of that one again, too.
All right, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs to the Hawkeyes shortstop. Rule looks in for the sign. Moss with a lead on the inside of the cut of the grass over there at first. The pitch, Seegers hits this one down the third base line again and foul.
For those of you listening to us and not tracking the women's game, it sounds like they're up 8 late in the third quarter, so 59-51. So good response after the Hoosiers kind of had Hawkeye number in Bloomington.
Caitlin Clark has 25 points. Kate Martin has 18. Hawks are up on Indiana. All right, the 1-2 pitch to Seegers. Grounded foul again to the third base side. Michael's really going after it and pulling it towards the K-State dugout.
Well, the Rule just keeps attacking him inside. You know, he's really tried to bust that inside half. They're all good pitches, and Michael's just done a good job right now of fighting him off. And if he makes a mistake, Michael can get on it.
1-2, swing and a miss. Foul tip into the glove, and Seegers is retired. All right, the Hawks go down quietly in the top of the 8th. Pressure back on the pitching staff and a defense for the black and gold. Bottom of the 8th coming up, tied at 5 with Kansas State. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
John Evans, John Leo returning to Dell Diamond for the last game of the weekend. It's coming right down to the finish. Iowa and K-State tied at 5 at the Round Rock Classic. Volker back on the mound for Iowa. He's done a nice job so far. He's thrown 3 2/3 innings this afternoon, giving up 3 hits, 1 earned. He's struck out 2. The only thing that's been tough for Volker is he gave up a triple. And it's just 1 pitch, really. I mean, other than that, he's been pretty good.
Yeah, he was, 1-1. I was taunting him to go ahead and go after that guy. He did, and that guy won the battle. So yeah. It's all right. Hey, it's, now you mow through here. You got 4, 5, 6. You see what you can do, and this is really going to be again with nobody even really moving in the Hawkeye bullpen. This will be
Zach's game.
This will be Zach's game. So Hawk staff has a lot of trust in him right now to go get it done.
Pena will lead things off for the Wildcats in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch to him, misses high and outside, 1-1. Pena today has grounded out 3 times. Swings for the fences and misses on that one. He's grounded out to third, short, and second in that order, too. Maybe a ground out to first is on the cards. Heads up over there, Brennan DeRiggi.
He doesn't strike me as a opposite field ground ball guy.
1-1, popped up right side again.
That'll work.
This is over to DeRiggi. DeRiggi is there, and he'll catch it for the first out of the inning. Boy, I tell you what, we have seen so many pop-ups to the right side today, on both sides.
Well, and part of it is the wind direction. That ball probably slices foul and out of play a lot of days, but today with that heavy wind, it not only didn't go foul, that ball was going to bounce fair, and you saw, funny enough, Pena was standing at the plate, so if somehow that ball does something squirrely and ends up in fair territory, I was probably going to throw him out anyway.
Lotus squares to bunt and bunts it directly to his left towards the K-State on-deck circle. Volker really ran that one in on the hands.
Well, that was the old, if you're going to square early to bunt on me, I'm going to throw it at you sort of idea. And Lotus did a nice job getting the bat on the ball, but all he could do was push it to the dugout.
He's 0 for 2 today. Takes this one, called strike. Right down the middle. Good job from Volker there, and he's dealing now. 0-2 with 1 out. Bases empty. Bottom of the 8th, we're tied at 5. Iowa leading K-State in the hit department 10-7.
Yeah, you got a 160 hitter here. You got him 0-2. You pick your pitch and get him out.
Rips this one foul opposite field to the left side. Staying alive is Lotus. It's 0-2. Seeing some light throwing in the Iowa bullpen now.
Yeah, that might be more for if the Hawks can get it to a bottom of the 9th inning.
Yeah. 0-2, the wind and the pitch. This one's just low. Good pitch there from Volker, but Lotus didn't go after it. 1-2.
Yeah, that's, again, he made his pitch there. You know, he tried to throw the spinner, tried to get him to look at it through the zone, and Lotus did a nice job holding up.
Now we're ready for the next one. It's on its way. This one's lined into right and drops. Base hit in front of Chase Mosley. And so it's a 1-out single for Lotus. Even though he was batting 160, we got him down with 2 strikes but couldn't finish him. And the Wildcats have the leading run over there on first now, 5-5.
Yeah, Zach just missed his spot a little bit, and now we've got Queck who had the triple, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on challenging him this time.
He's reached safely in each of his 3 appearances in the box. He walked in the 2nd, walked and scored in the 4th, tripled and scored in the 6th. So Queck has been a thorn in the side today. First pitch, breaking ball, inside corner, called strike. Good job by Volker to work ahead.
Well, you know, the interesting thing with a guy that has so limited at bats, you know, Iowa doesn't have a book on him. You know, there's not a, hey, pitch him this way. So you're kind of feeling it out. If his best is better than your best on any given time, he gets you.
Volker again, 0-2 now with a hard fastball on the outside corner that Queck went after but didn't touch it. 0-2. A couple times now where the Iowa pitchers have gotten K-State hitters in this situation. Let's see if we can strike him out right here. Volker looks the pitch, swing and a miss. Down he goes. High heater. Volker challenged him and got him.
Yeah, he kind of just kept raising his eye level, and Queck couldn't keep up.
Runner's still over there at first for the Wildcats. It's Brady Day, the second baseman. He's had a productive afternoon. A double in the 2nd, a single in the 4th. Hit a sac fly that at the time gave K-State the lead. First pitch, inside, ball 1. I believe we see Will Christofferson in the bullpen out there for Iowa.
Yeah, I talked to Will today. We talked about it yesterday. You know, only threw an inning yesterday, threw quite a bit in the bullpen, but Will told me as we got off the bus that if they got him good and heated up, he'd be good for at least an inning or 2 today.
All right. Well, 1 ball and 1 strike today with 2 outs, runner on first. Small lead over there. This pitch is outside from Volker, 2-1.
Volker up to 55 pitches, so still a reasonable number for a guy that you've kind of got built as a starter. So not a scary outlook there. Just need to keep finding the strike zone.
2-1, check swing. They'll send it down for an appeal. Did not go. 3-1. It was pretty close. You mentioned Volker's pitch count. Is it 55, 56? He's thrown 4 1/3. Marcus Morgan got the start and lasted only 3 1/3 today. 3 balls and a strike today. Here it comes. Ripped right to DeRiggi. He caught it. Woo! Out number 3. Heads up over there. That's the new hot corner when you got a lefty. It would have been trouble, but DeRiggi's got it.
And that's a great play. You know, I guess the benefit of holding the runner on, it had him positioned perfectly, and he didn't abandon his position. He stayed where he was supposed to be, didn't lose contact with where the ball was, and was able to make a play on a hot shot down the line.
All right, here we go to the 9th inning, all tied up with Kansas State. Iowa 5, K-State 5. Back for the 9th after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
All right, to the 9th we go. Iowa and Kansas State tied at 5. The Hawkeyes will send Tello, Anthony, and DeRiggi to the box. In the top of the 9th inning, they'll be facing off against a new K-State pitcher. It's Tyson Neighbors. He's got 3 appearances on the season. He's 1-0 with a 1.69 ERA through 5 1/3 innings pitched. Given up 3 hits, 1 earned run. He hasn't walked very many. He's only walked 1, but he has struck out 8. So keeps it around the strike zone. Got pretty good stuff.
Yeah, we'll finish up with Ty Rule real quick. 3 2/3 innings, really good outing for him. Gave up 3 hits, a run. It was unearned, walked 1, struck out 2. As we move to Tyson Neighbors, Hawks are going to see what I would guess would be the K-State closer as the year goes on. Fastball's got a lot of hop to it, going to be in that 93 to 96 range. But has a good slider and about that 10-mile-an-hour difference. He's going to be in that 83 to 86 range. And the Hawkeye scouting report says that if he feels like he's in the zone, if he gets in the Caitlin Clark, I'm going to make it zone, he'll double up and triple up that slider. So, if you're wanting to sit on that fastball, it's going to be hard if he starts to throw that slider for strikes because you're going to have to be ready for it.
And here's the deal with him. We're just watching his warm-up pitches over the top. It doesn't really come from the side. It's right up top. So I don't know if he might hide it a little bit longer than some of the other pitchers that maybe have a different slot when it comes out of their hand. But it's over the top, got good downward angle on it. Tello will lead things off in the Hawkeye 9th. Tied at 5. Here we go. First pitch, Tello drives it deep to left, carrying well, but not well enough. The left fielder is there, a couple steps onto the track. And he's got it for the first out. Tello gave it a ride.
We lost 2 miles an hour of wind, and I think we had that.
Oh, you're right on about it. Feels like the wind has died just a bit. The flags are still being pulled over to left, but man, Tello just got under it for the first out of the inning. Here's Keaton Anthony. Neighbors come set. Right-handed pitcher. Here it comes to Anthony. Skips in front of the plate, 1-0.
So the really interesting thing about their alignment now is they are way shaded over to right in the outfield. So the center fielder's, 12, 30 degree. The right fielder is shallow.
Yeah. 1-0. Keaton blasts this foul to the K-State dugout.
If Keaton Anthony hits the ball to right field, he's not going to hit it shallow.
That's right. No, you're right. And if he does, it's weak and it won't be anything, but it'll be because he hit it off the end of the bat. If he barrels one up and sends it over there, it is going to burn that guy like we saw DeRiggi do yesterday. 1-1 to Anthony. This one's crushed deep to left. Get up, baby. It is gone. Yes, sir. It's Keaton. Boom.
Or he'll just go to left field and burn that guy.
Ho-ho! The Hawks have the lead. Yes!
Keaton has had what for him would be, he would tell you is a lousy day at the plate. A couple of those pop-ups, but that's the attitude. Stay in it. Stay with it. Keep your focus because you're going to get another chance. And he got a chance, gives the Hawks the lead here in the top of the 9th inning.
How about that? Keaton Anthony The race to 6 is on. The Hawks got there first. Iowa 6, K-State 5 in the top of the 9th. Here's DeRiggi now. First pitch called strike on the inside corner. Keaton hit a moonshot. That thing was in the air forever. It was high up there and out of here.
You got to catch it here. You know Coach Heller's race to 6 is not 6 runs, right? I like where your head's at again, but just making sure.
Yeah. No balls and 2 strikes to DeRiggi. 1 out in the top of the 9th. Here it comes, right down the middle. DeRiggi was fooled by that one, didn't swing at it. Called strike, and he's down with 2 away.
Yeah, and that's the scouting report again of when you get the slider and he throws it for a strike, don't be surprised if he comes back to it. But again, it's really easy to say, and then a 10-mile-an-hour difference when you're sitting on that fastball and your knees buckle, and it's like, well, okay, I'll walk back.
Yep. Iowa's up by 1, but hopefully not quite done yet. Top of the 9th, 2 outs. Here's Huckstorf. He pops this one up on the infield. Catcher will come back into foul territory. Third baseman coming over, and he slips and falls, and the ball also falls harmlessly in the dirt. So Huckstorf still alive.
Good play by the third baseman. I mean, he was hustling, but you've got to come in under control. You know, he was coming in full speed. As the wind started to push it back over his head with the spin, he got into the pea gravel around and just couldn't maintain his footing and had no chance to backtrack.
See if Kyle can make him pay. 0-1 from Neighbors. Good pitch, called strike. 87 miles an hour down the heart of the plate, 0-2.
We've talked a little bit about all the pop-ups, and one of the things the Hawkeye hitters had done a better job with was line drives, but now we're back into that mode of hitting it up in the air.
0-2, ripped into left field, base hit.
Thank you, line drive, Kyle Huckstorf.
There it is. Huck keeps the inning alive for Iowa. Brings up Sam Peterson. We're not quite done yet. Iowa 6, K-State 5, trying to add some insurance before we get to the bottom of the 9th.
And, you know, Neighbors is slow-ish to the plate, and you've got really good speed in Huckstorf. You know, not a bad place to maybe see if you can steal a base and give Petey a chance to drive in a run.
2 outs. Huckstorf stays put for now. This pitch is downstairs, ball 1.
Well, the other variable to that is Pelletier has a gun back there.
Clearly, yeah.
So you better be ready. You better have a jump, and if you're going to do it.
Peterson maybe can drive one here. There goes Huckstorf towards second. The throw down is not in time. He beat it. A foot first slide into second. Huckstorf is there. And Peterson now has a hitter's count at 2-0 with 2 away.
But again, that's a ball that's low and almost in the batter's box dirt, and he scoops it and makes that play really, really close. He's an outstanding defensive catcher.
With 2 outs, Huck will be going on contact if Petey can find some green in the outfield. Neighbors set with the 2-0. Here it comes. It's low, 3-0.
As much as I'd like to think you swing at this, you probably, if you get a spot, you probably are taking this one.
Yep. I think you're probably right. Neighbors set with the 3-0. Here it comes. Oh, he did swing at it and fouled it off. 3-1.
I think the worst part of that wasn't across the plate. That was inner half, inner quarter. But Petey saw something he liked in it. Again, the thing that, you know, I may question the 3-0 swinging at it, but he took a good aggressive swing at it. So you'll take that part all day.
See if we can get one in between the white lines now. 3-1 on its way home. Called strike on the outside corner. Went with it looked like a breaking ball. It came in at 87, some sort of off speed. Had some
that's his
runaway.
Slider. That's his slider, and maybe throwing it a little harder than normal, a little amped up, but really good pitch there. And Petey tried to convince the umpire it was a ball and didn't get it done.
3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Top of the 9th, Iowa's up by 1 with still another runner out there. The pitch, there it is, called third strike. Breaking ball, Peterson fooled by it, a little bit frustrated with himself, but that's all right. The Hawkeyes take the lead 6-5, courtesy of the solo shot from Keaton. Anthony And Volker will come back out onto the mound, we assume, as we get to the bottom of the ninth. Yep, he's coming out of the dugout. He'll grab the ball and try to close the door on the Wildcats. Bottom of the ninth coming up. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Bottom of the ninth inning, Zach Volker on the mound for the Hawks. He'll try to close the door on the Kansas State Wildcats. Iowa got one in the top of the ninth, up 6-5.
Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home to Suites by Hilton each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country.
All right, 3 outs to get, the hardest outs of the game. They're always the last ones.
Yeah, and I don't. I think again we've mentioned it a couple times, but Will is not up, so I think this is Zach's to might as well go ahead and finish it off and get himself a win here.
It will be 8-9-1 for K-State. Pelletier stands in. First pitch, called strike, outside corner.
Good start. Get strike one. Just see how many times you can keep him off balance here now with your selection.
Zach's ready with the next one. Here it comes. This one's lifted in the air to left, over towards foul territory. Peterson moves over to try to make a play on it. Just foul and out of play. So it's 0-2.
Just hit the top of the railing there. I knew the slice was going to keep it, but I was hoping maybe the wind would push it back because Petey was positioned perfectly, was able to get over there, get to the railing, but couldn't come up with it as the ball hit the top of the railing there.
No balls and 2 strikes. Volker's got the sign he likes, feels it, deals it, missed it high.
Every once in a while, because that can get that up into the mid-90s. He just feels like he almost overthrows that just a touch.
Mm-hmm. Not a bad place to miss. The 1-2, this one is low, bouncing on the plate, shouldered away by Moss. 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, you tried to raise his eye line with the fastball up high, which is good, and then you kind of overthrew the curveball and spiked it. So now your 2 setup pitches have kind of gone away, so you're back to a fresh slate here at 2-2.
Yep, time to bring it back in. Here it comes from Zach. Ripped and foul down the first base line, right past the umpire. Boy, that was close.
That was exceptionally close. They've had a couple balls down there. DeRiggi had the better angle on it. The home plate or the first base umpire kind of lost it as he as he went into self-protection mode to get out of the way.
Yeah, we've got access to a replay. I mean, it was certainly foul, but very close. And now it looks like we might have a review.
I don't know how you review this, though. What's your win of reviewing this? He didn't get to first base.
Yeah, I don't know how that would shake out.
So I guess maybe there's
and an automatic something automatic here.
Well, because that ball hit there and then actually ricocheted right back.
There's that pole that holds up the nets, right? Is that what it hit down there and right? Somehow it came back.
Yeah, and so the ball never actually, it wasn't a danger of in the corner of, oh my gosh, he's going to get a triple or anything. It was, we could throw him out of first base.
He could have been out, yeah. It could have rolled right back to Brennan at first and it would have been able to just touch the bag. But they are reviewing it.
Yeah, as it is, Coach Hughes will use his first challenge, which I don't think you get to take him home on the plane with you or the bus, so you might as well. I'm just surprised this is a a reviewable play. But I did read, as I was reading some things last night, the board things you do in a hotel room. There is a kind of a most likely outcome, which. Yeah, foul ball.
I say foul ball, so good thing we don't have to worry too much about it. But what'd you find, John?
Well, just that they then have to, then you want coaches to get mad at you. Now it becomes you four umpires decide what was the outcome of what would have been the outcome of the play, and good luck with that.
Yeah. All right, well, we're ready for play now after the ball was called foul. The 2-2 from Volker. Swing and a miss. Gets away from Moss, though. Moss picks it up, throws it to first. Got him! Yes!
I'm sorry. Head first slide into first base is the dumbest thing you can do as a runner. There's two things you do there. One, you're slower. Two, and I know you're not dying to do it, but take that ball off the back. Make it difficult. Make him hit you. Be a target where he hits you then, and then the ball ricochets off. Because Pelletier was in the running lane. The ball had kicked over toward the first base dugout. Moss had to come over there. Pelletier could go right down the running lane and take that off his shoulder, and now he's on probably second as he catches the ricochet.
Yeah, 9-hitter Johnson is in, takes the first pitch for a strike. One away in the bottom of the ninth, rather. Iowa leading 6-5. Boy, they really had to earn that out after the strikeout.
Yeah, there was a lot of action there for a simple out.
Volker's next pitch fouled back to the screen, 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, between the absolute rope down the line that got the review to then the swinging at the pitch in the dirt, that Moss did a great job of keeping somewhat corralled so he could go throw him out. I'll see if he does a better job with 0-2 here.
Volker winds and delivers. Good breaking ball, missing outside, however, and it's 1-2.
But that's one of those, you started at the edge of the plate and see if he has enough discipline, and he broke that off. That pitch is one that they could swing at. His 0-2, 1-2 to the last hitter were not swingable pitches.
Here he is with the next one on the ground to the left side. Seegers has to charge it hard, scoops it, throws it, yes! Out at first, 2 down.
Good defensive effort here for the Hawks so far. Now we got the top of the order. This guy's been a challenge. He's been able to kind of rope balls around and basically, this is the Willie Mays Hayes type of guy. If I'm Pete Hughes and he ever hits a ball in the air, I'm really angry.
Yeah, sure.
Because he's going to beat a ton of balls out on the ground, especially a fast infield like this. A ball skates through, he's got a chance.
Last chance for K-State with Iowa leading 6-5. First pitch from Volker's a called strike on the outside corner. This is Jones, who's singled the last 3 times he's been in the box.
3 for 4, and then not afraid to steal a base.
Volker winds and pitches the 0-1. Fouled back to the screen. The Cats are down to their final strike. Competitive game in Round Rock. Iowa trying to finish it right here and end the weekend 2-1. Headed back to Iowa with a successful weekend. Volker looks in for the sign from Moss. He's got it. The pitch is on its way home. Tap just fouled. Just got a piece of it.
Good piece of hitting there. He was a little bit out on his front foot and was just able to clip it a little bit.
I'll do it again. Volker has worked ahead into the count. Zach out of the windup. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ready with the pitch. Here it comes. Inside, almost hit him. It's 1-2.
I gotta think you needed to take that off the belt at 0-2. I'm glad he didn't, but now you set up the backdoor breaking ball here. Or break it off at his foot.
1-2 pitch on its way home. Swing and a miss. Got him. Hawks win it. Iowa wins it 6-5. Volker with the strikeout. Yes.
That was you got him with the backdoor slider again, but you know, we talked as we came into the game about Hawkeye character, what was going to happen. Hawks jumped out early. You thought, okay, hey, great performance, and then let it get away. But single runs in the 7th, and then the home run in the 9th. And then Volker, what an outing from Zach to come finish it off, get his first Hawkeye win.
Good job, Zach Volker, out of the bullpen, as you mentioned there, John. Iowa wins it 6-5. The game had a little bit of everything to it, as you were alluding to. And Iowa ends up on top, finishing the weekend 2-1.
So now, I haven't wanted to say anything about this yet because, you have to take care of your own business first. So Iowa finishes 2-1. Now we need an LSU win, and we need an LSU win by 6, 7, or 8. So a very specific set of circumstances sends Iowa home with the championship belt from the Round Rock Classic.
Yeah, we saw that belt out there in the concourse in left field.
Cool.
Looked pretty cool.
It's pretty cool. That looked nice in the baseball offices.
The Hawks want that belt, and they did their best. They escape with a 2-1 record down here in Round Rock. Good competition. Good job by the Hawks to finish it up 2-1 and beat K-State 6-5. A good K-State team.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna win some games, and they got some pretty good pitching. Especially the pretty good Sunday pitching. Ty Rule came in, did a really outstanding job out of the bullpen, kept the Hawkeyes at bay, and really the reliever that gave up the home run there. I mean, he's got some action. It's just he's got wind blowing out, and the Hawkeyes got a couple barrels on the ball there, and they'll be all right as the year goes along.
Iowa wins it 6-5 to wrap up the Round Rock Classic. We'll get into post-game coverage. We'll recap the game and get you some highlights, and then we'll hear from Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland right after this. Hawks win 6-5. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Iowa wins it 6-5, wrapping up the Round Rock Classic with a 2-1 record after knocking off K-State. As we recap the game, John, just some final thoughts. Start with maybe this game and then the weekend as a whole.
Yeah, again, just really pleased for the guys. One of those things of would have been a long plane ride home if they let the 4-0 lead get away. So it was nice to find a way to get back and just texted a buddy of mine that was listening. If you offered Iowa 2-1 at the beginning of the weekend, obviously you always want 3-1, but you'd have probably taken 2-1. And this was kind of a funny way to get to 2-1, but might have been the best way to get there with the huge win yesterday, showing the team what they can do. Giving them some belief, and then really wrapping it up, finding a way to win with less than their best stuff again today.
Iowa started the day with Marcus Morgan on the mound. Marcus, as we go to pull up the stats here, Marcus started today, went 3 1/3, gave up 4 earned runs, 4 hits. He walked 3, struck out 4. Zach Volker came in out of the bullpen. He gets the win today, went 5 2/3, gave up 4 hits, 1 earned, and he struck out 5. Good job by Volker out of the bullpen after a solid start from Marcus on the mound for Iowa. K-State went with Herman Fajardo, went 4 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which were earned, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. He did a pretty nice job to start the day for K-State. Rule came in for 3 2/3. Neighbors gets the loss, came in the last inning, gave up the home run to Keaton Anthony. The Hawks scored 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third to lead 4-0 before K-State scored the next 5. Iowa, however, scores the last 2 to win it 6-5. Hawks get 6 runs on 12 hits with 1 error. K-State, they had 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. All right, let's go through some of the scoring plays today, some of the fine plays this afternoon. Iowa got things started in the first inning when DeRiggi, he reached on a fielding error that got the Hawkeyes scoring started. 2-2 to DeRiggi. On the ground to the right side. First baseman backhands it. No, he missed it. It's all the way through the second baseman as well. Anthony rounds third. He's going to score. And Iowa is on the board first, 1-0. Following that, Kyle Huckstorf, he had a 2 RBI double to give the Hawks a bigger lead. Huckstorf on the ground past a diving third baseman. Tello will score. They're going to send DeRiggi. Here comes the throw. It's cut off. And 2 runs have scored on the 2 RBI double from Kyle Huckstorf. All right, Iowa wrapped up the scoring in the 9th inning. Took the lead for good with this Keaton Anthony home run. 1-1 to Anthony. This one's crushed deep to left. Get up, baby. It is gone. Yes, sir. It's Keaton. Boom. And then slamming the door in the 9th, Zach Volker did a great job. He struck out the first man of the inning. Cade Moss finished the deal with a throw down to first on the dropped third strike. And we'll get to those highlights in just a moment. Marty Sutherland, he's in the booth with us. We'll take our final break of postgame. We'll come back and wrap things up. Iowa wins it 6-5. Back right after this. You're listening to Hawkeye Baseball from Learfield.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
The Hawkeyes improved to 5-1 on the early season, dropping K-State to 4-4 after Iowa wins it 6-5. We're joined now by associate head coach Marty Sutherland. Coach Sutherland, great win for the team today. Took the full 9 innings to battle this one out.
Absolutely, and we knew we were going to get, we knew it was going to be a dogfight. K-State hadn't gotten one, in their time down here yet, so we knew we were going to get a great effort from them, which is exactly what we got. And we jumped on them early, and then credit to their pitching staff. They did a good job of keeping us down in the middle innings, but we needed to stay with it. But fortunately for us, we got the big swing when we needed it out of Keaton, and can't say enough about Zach Volker and the job he did out of the pen. Just a tremendous job by him, and just kept putting zeros up and gave us a chance to get the last run. So just a lot of great things from a really well-run tournament and a fun weekend in Texas.
Yeah, competition certainly was great. We got out to that 4-0 lead and thought maybe we could coast the rest of the way, but it was almost good to see that K-State challenged us again see what we're made of.
Absolutely, and you got to stay at it, and we probably gave away an opportunity or two. With some at-bats and situations with runners on base. We hit into a double play in the first and third. Even one of the runs they scored, we didn't run the play correctly on the first and third that they stole second and stopped. So that's frustrating because we have plays in play to defend that. So anyway, just some things like that, but we overcame it, and it's about the toughness. It's about, just keeping at it, and the game's full of these swings momentum-wise as far as, you make a mistake or they come hard at you. We call them these S-word moments, and you got to handle them, right? You just got to keep playing. You got to trust yourself, trust your training, and I think you saw that tonight. We didn't panic, and Keaton gets the big hit, and Zach just, continued to put up zeros throughout that game.
Well, we head home and play Loras now on Tuesday afternoon. But, Coach, what did we learn about the team this weekend?
Well, we really believe we have a chance to have a special season. We have a really good group. You know, there's going to be ebbs and flows throughout the season, but you got to win games like today where you know, you gave them some things, you know, with some free bases with Marcus just a little bit. You know, he showed a lot of good things, but again, you know, just gave them some extra 90s with some walks and some balks, and they stole bases and things like that you got to tone down a little bit. We got to eliminate, because those things are what, you know, can haunt you. But you just kept playing, and your big players made big plays, right? Keaton with the big hit there. Volker, you know, just kind of how we're doing this pitching thing, you know, it's worked out pretty well, because you're able to come in with Jared, you're able to come in with Zach. You know, Sean calls him a bullpen ace, and it's exactly what you have. And if, you know, you can get some innings out of Marcus and some of those starters at the beginning, you know, you have these guys coming in at the end that you're really confident when that are really starters. You know, they're guys that should be, they're weekend starters. We're just lucky enough to use them in the way we're using them, and so far it's worked out really well. And Jared and Zach have done a tremendous job. So, you know, coming off of what Friday was and the feeling after Friday night of just, man, we didn't play well. We didn't, you know, we weren't assertive. We weren't aggressive. It's just like, you know, you started saying, okay, do we really believe, you know, in how good we can be? And then you answer that, you know, on Saturday, Sunday, and the way we did just says a lot about where we're at. We certainly got to get better and continue to improve. And you got a team coming to town on Tuesday that got you last year. You know, you got to be ready to play no matter what the heck the front of the jersey said. It doesn't matter. So you're going to get some guys on the mound that probably haven't had a chance to be out there yet. You know, they got to prove to themselves that they can go out there and do it at a high level, which we're confident they can do. And then offensively, you got to keep the train rolling. You know, you can't have these days where you have 3 hits and you know, you're not hitting balls hard, which, you know, we wiped it away on Friday and answered back today and yesterday. So a lot of great things and a good feeling going home with the way we rebounded after the first one.
Yep, headed back to Iowa as winners. Looking forward to the next week ahead, and congratulations on the win, Coach.
Thanks, John.
All right, Associate Head Coach Marty Sutherland wraps up our post-game coverage of Iowa's 6-5 winner over K-State. That'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball down here at the Round Rock Classic. We'll talk to you on Tuesday afternoon as it's Iowa and Loras from Duane Banks. If you can't make it out to the game, join us on the broadcast. All right, that'll do it for our coverage of Iowa Hawkeye baseball this afternoon. Iowa beats K-State 6-5. For my outstanding broadcast partner, John Evans, and our board op down in Jefferson City, Sam, great job today. Thank you, Sam. Great job. I'm John Leo saying so long from Dell Diamond in Round Rock. Iowa 6, K-State 5. We'll talk to you on Tuesday. Have a great rest of your day.
Hawkeye Baseball has been brought to you by Homewood and Home 2 Suites, preferred hotel of the Hawkeye Radio Network, Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Oak Knoll, an active life care community. University of Iowa Healthcare, changing medicine, changing lives. And by Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.